But this is what you did when you became president the first time. Everybody expected you to be left. But you were straight to the center.
Você foi direto pro centro. But I was never elected. I was never elected. Mas essa era a imagem. Essa era a imagem.
Eu era dirigente sindical.
I was a labor leader in the past.
Que tinha uma belíssima relação com o
Very good
sindicalismo alemão.
relationship with the trade union in Germany.
Muito forte a minha
Very
relação.
strong relationship
Tinha uma
with
relação
Germany.
boa com o sindicalismo italiano.
With the Italian labor
Tinha uma relação boa
very good relationship.
com a CFDT francesa.
CFT, which is a French
UGT
confederation,
espanhola.
and UGT from Spain.
Eu nunca fui.
I never,
Em 1980,
1980,
eu tinha um congresso na Rússia, que eu fui convidado.
Russia.
Eu não fui na Rússia, porque eu estava coordenado pela Lei de Segurança Nacional. Eu fiz uma viagem pela Europa,
But I made a trip around Europe
angariando solidariedade.
seeking for solidarity.
E aí,
And then
eu passei a ser tratado
I started to be
como
treated
anticomunista.
as anti-communist. Everybody
Very good morning.
Prime Minister Modi.
Oh, good morning. Hey. Again, good morning. Did you enjoy last night?
어제 저녁 잘 좋으니까
We did it.
Oh, no, we did it. Yes, I hear. We got it over the line, so this is good. We have a record of delivery.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm so happy.
and we agree something.
We are going to announce today.
How will we announce it today?
I thought we put a statement out,
Statement जारी करना है
or we could do something more.
Whatever you want.
और कुछ भी हम कर सकते हैं.
We could do something. Yeah. Should I ask our teams how we should do this? You're here till this
मैं टीम से
afternoon.
पूछूंगा क्या क्या करना है.
Keep in touch with us.
Great. This is so good. We deliver. Every time. Every time.
Je vous raconte pas la température si fait ici en plus. Je suis liquide. Je commence à avoir des oreilles au genou. Maintenant j'ai posé le pied par terre, il est couché. Regarde le corps.
The lowest inflation rate in the last 4 years in the history of Brazil. We're the second country in the world that receives more FDIs, foreign direct investments.
Tout le monde reçoit. C'est super chaud, vraiment.
So that's why I am
Imagine les photographes qui sont tous collés dans les gens.
because we export oil. Since we went, we charge tax. All oil export producers, we charge a tax. And we subsidize this oil and gas. So that the price of the oil is affected by the war does not reach the world.
그렇게 해야 국민들에게 전쟁으로 인한 원유가 사고를 국민들에게 전하지 We must show the world that democracy and political stability is the basis for economic growth. So even in Korea, after I entered office, the stock market went up 3 times. 그래서 인생의 교훈을 받는 경제적 아니야. 재정적 아니야. 사회적 아니야. 사법적 아니야. 예측 가능성. 이 필요합니다.
There's no miracle for the economy.
경제 성장을 위한 기적이란 존재하지 않습니다.
In economics, you have to have serious.
진지하게 접근해야 합니다. 그리고 올바른 정책을 펴야 됩니다. 상식을 무시하지 않아야 됩니다.
You know that I based on my looking at the risk of complaining to this Quis conhecer São Paulo. Quando eu vim para o Brasil, eu queria conhecer São Paulo.
Turkey is the place where you have worked.
E é onde você trabalhou.
São Paulo é um estado que tem 44 milhões de habitantes.
44 million inhabitants.
자, 상파울루 주의 인구만 해도 4,400만 명입니다.
É o estado mais desenvolvido do Brasil.
Most developed state in Brazil.
브라질에서 가장 발전된 도시입니다.
A capital é uma cidade muito grande.
The capital is a big city.
수도는 큰
12 milhões de habitantes.
12 million inhabitants.
주도에는 1,200만 명이 거주하고
É um estado que tem mais indústria, mais
More manufacturing industry.
é onde está o
제조업이
sistema
많은
financeiro brasileiro.
It's the financial system is based on São Paulo.
금융 중심지도 상파울루입니다.
Maior universidade do Brasil.
Best universities in Brazil.
Mão de obra bastante
최고의 대학교도
Skilled labor. Most
mais
qualified.
고승련 노동자도 밀집돼 있습니다.
é a locomotiva da economia brasileira.
It's the locomotive of the Brazilian economy.
브라질 경제의 엔진 역할을 합니다. Mr. President, you are making Brazil into a world-class country.
Transformando o Brasil num país de classe mundial.
O Brasil, nós temos uma coisa que é, o Brasil não tem divergência. Nós não temos
당신이 어떠한 나라하고도
No litigation whatsoever.
문제를 갖지 않습니다.
eu não gosto disso. Eu não gosto de briga, filha.
I don't like fights.
저는 싸우는 걸 싫어합니다.
Mas eu não suporto o comportamento.
하지만 지금 미국 정부의 하는 수가 없습니다. 동의할 수 없습니다. 황제와 같이
Acha que pode passar de uma certa ordem.
저는 하루 아침에 일어나서 전 세계에 이렇게 그렇게 일시를 할 수 있다고 저는 생각하고 계십니다.
É um mal reflexo da democracia. Esse ano chegamos a 10 milhões.
10 million.
1000만 명, 올해 1000만 명을
É pouco,
많지는 않습니다.
é pouco. Porque a gente ainda não convenceu a humanidade
Have not convinced humanity yet.
a visitar a Amazônia.
The Amazon.
아마존 지역을
Porque essa infraestrutura
Infrastructure.
vai receber.
왜냐하면 관광을 위해서는 인프라가 필요합니다. 아직은 그런 인프라가 없기
We
때문에
were a little bit sick there.
Quando você transforma uma reserva numa setoria
Anything around that indigenous reserve.
criando um santuário.
보호 지역이
It's like we were building a sanctuary around the indigenous people reserve.
Nós agora queremos
지역
nós queremos fazer as nossas reservas
We want to keep the indigenous reserves.
conservação.
관광객을 유치할 수 있는 구조로
When the president
será utilizado para preservar a floresta no mundo inteiro. No Brasil, o que é importante é que não é doação, é um investimento. Tanto o empresário pode fazer, quanto o Estado pode fazer. Não, o fundo já está com quase 8 bilhões de dólares. A Noruega tem uma participação de 3 bilhões de euros. A Alemanha, 1 milhão. A Holanda também. É novo, foi lançado na Copa.
작년 30에서 출범했기 때문에 새로운 전기입니다. 그래서 하여튼 여기 선 가지고
Ainda vamos consertar. É um processo de conscientização. Ou seja, tentar mostrar para a sociedade que uma árvore debatida ela é melhor para a humanidade do que uma árvore.
나무 하나를 더 심는 것이 하나를 더 베는 것보다 하는 것을 전 세계에 세계에 이런 것을
Quando você for ao Brasil, nós vamos conversar.
대통령님께서 브라질 방문하실 때 이걸 So we will also look into this.
Muito bem. Mas outro tinha falado para o amigo dele, essa coisa que eu fiz de cerimonial. Eu falei, só vamos dizer que eu tive quase contra a reunião. Não estava, não é verdade que estava. Eu prefiro que estava. Cheguei aqui, tinha uma pessoa aqui dentro só. Dois tinha, secretário
아는 정상국
nós somos piratados.
그런 농촌
have to wait for them to leave.
Tu vas bien, Christelle?
Très bien, monsieur.
Non, je vais te faire briefer. Ils vont arriver, on va demander d'avoir Scott. Parfait. Georgia était là. On a qui là-bas? Il faut rattraper le président de la Corée, le président Lula et le président Ruto. So, President Trump will arrive in a while, but I suggest, in order to try to disorganize everything, to try to start, I wait for President Lula and President Lee. Georgia is arriving as well. She was with us. I will just make a short introduction, and if you could frame our discussion, it would be very helpful. I appreciate it. Et on a le président Lee. Voilà. So as we are waiting, when you want to take the floor and request, you press the button on your left. When I give you the floor, you press the button on your right. It's a great added value. I'm happy to.
Well, wish I'd known that a couple of days ago.
Oh, hello, President.
Hello. I'm the boss. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, President. Dear colleagues. So we have a photo.
Would you like to stay for the meeting? It's okay with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's too hot in here.
It's hot. It's
Yeah, we will have that. And we will have lunch here with the business guys, the tech guys.
Good job last night. He gave me the greatest seat. Did you see him last night?
Okay, well, we'll do that later. Okay. All right. Okay. All right then. Yes. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye. Donc on peut pas le faire maintenant. On va le prendre. Mais par contre, on peut tester juste le liquide. Ouais. Ah oui. Je peux le faire, moi. Attends, vas-y, laisse-moi le faire. Tu vas le faire il y a trop longtemps. Ça c'est chiant. Comment tu fais? Il est bien dans le carré, tu vois, il faut l'aligner. Il a le colis, enfin, il est bien aligné. Il est en dehors du carré. Non, il est dedans. Là, il est pas bien. Il est bien dans ce truc de rectangle. Ah, ok. Charlie est aligné, il est pas là. Charlie qui est là. Ouais, occupe-toi. Ça peut être beau, ça peut être normalement, on va attendre qu'il est fait. il y a mon voisin qui a ça.
J'avais lu parler.
Comment je peux faire ce plan dans la démonstration et je le change
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Je le change et
C'est dur d'aller à Evian là?
Non.
Non?
Il en arrive et puis à chaque fois, il y a un autre contrôle.
Et là tu peux y aller directement par le bord de l'Asse ou pas?
Si, c'est pas mal.
Je vais aller faire un tour.
T'as vu que ça marche? Le système. Donc t'as connecté au...
Ouais, au wifi.
Starlink?
Voilà, voilà.
Nickel. Et il y a le... J'ai mis ici, collé, j'ai mis le password X, J, machin, comme ça. Ah ben on était là. Donc, nickel.
Ça y est, c'est bon, hein. On a wifi.
Génial. Et ça passe...
On va partout.
Là en ce moment, ça tu...
Non, non, là je passe avec la vie parce que
Tu veux pas... Ah.
Bon, je vais aller, moi si ça te dérange pas, je vais aller à Evian,
Tu mets plus autonome ou alors tu dis pas que
parce que
tu sais, ici c'est tout fermé à Evian, autonome, il y a son truc commercial.
Oui, il y a son commercial à côté, là, on n'est pas que tu ne pas...
Ouais, c'est mieux, parce que là-bas, c'est fermé, là.
Oui, mais ça, je suis pas plein de...
Il y a mal, regarde, Manu.
Là, je suis Amazon.
Attention, hein. C'est chaud là. Tu commences à être un peu âgé, il faut faire attention.
Mais tu es encore plus vieux aussi, hein. J'ai 62, moi.
Tu m'as gagné 2 ans.
Toi, tu as 40...
Ouais.
Tu es encore très
Ils sont pas encore
là. Tu me jeune, là, tu vois, là.
Ah oui, tu t'en vas dans 6 mois, mec.
Là, c'est du fun, quoi. Et puis là, c'est la prise. Ok, même plus sûr, même au bureau, et puis... En même temps, c'est bon.
Bon, ok, bon, bah, je vous vois tout à l'heure.
Ouais, tu viens de déjeuner vers quelle heure?
Oui.
11h30 midi? Midi? Voilà. Et tu m'as fait question un petit peu là, sur un Excel. Pas cher. Non, mais je savais parce que j'avais ça, regarde. Ah oui. Tu peux? Ouais. Tu veux voir? Tu le mets sur le Navan? Tu dis l'info. C'est bon, tu veux. Non, un Excel noir, simple, pas de... Tu vois, style... Pas de pub.
Et le Jack Kerry là au soleil, ouais, bon, ça va aller.
On va la mettre de notre soleil.
Ouais, donc du coup on ne mettra pas le câble. Non, non. Sinon je peux aller chercher un adaptateur. Ah, sinon, hop, attends. Il y a toujours, il y a
하지만 지금 미국 정부 하는 수가 없으니까 동의할 수 없으니까
Nós temos uma proposta chamada TSE. Não é doação. Não é doação. A Coreia pode comprar, fazer um investimento nesse fundo e ela vai ganhar dinheiro. Esse fundo vai ter uma rentabilidade. Uma parte dessa rentabilidade será utilizada para preservar a floresta no mundo inteiro. No Brasil, o que é importante é que não é doação. É um investimento. Tanto o empresário pode fazer, quanto o Estado pode fazer. Não, o fundo já está com quase 8 bilhões de dólares. A Noruega tem uma participação de 3 bilhões de euros. A Alemanha, 1 bilhão.
porque detectamos mal de Martínez es mejor comunitario global.
나눠 하나를 더 씻는 것이 하나를 더 되는 것보다 하는 것을 뭐 전체주의 얘네들이 이런 것을 같이 그래서 얘네들이 in Africa we can also
Muy poco poco, yo no puedo pensar.
대통령님께서 브라질 방문하실 때 이거를 So we will also look into this.
Podría pagar igualmente es cuestión de cosas que tenemos. Estamos en el seco de tiene 4 cuentas de dinero. No estaba, no es verdad que estaba. Yo creo que estamos. Sé que aquí tuvo que no tiene razón. Dois, pero está
아는 정상국 I have to wait for them to leave.
Tu vas bien, Cristalina? Non, je vais te faire briefer. Ils vont arriver, on va demander d'abord Scott. Parfait. Georgia était là. On a qui là-bas? Il faut rattraper le président de la Corée, le président Lula et le président Ruto. So, President Trump will arrive in a while, but I suggest, in order to try to disorganize everything, to try to start. I wait for President Lula and President Lee. Georgia is arriving as well. She was with us. I will just make a short introduction, and if you could frame our discussion, it would be very helpful. Et on a le président Lee. Voilà. So as we are waiting, when you want to take the floor and request, you press the button on your left. When I give you the floor, you press the button on your right. It's a great added value. I'm happy to.
Well, wish I'd known that a couple of days ago.
Oh, hello, President. Hello.
I'm the boss.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, President. Dear colleagues. So we have a photo.
Would you like to stay for the meeting? It's okay with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's too hot in here.
It's hot.
They have a little air
It's
Yeah, we will have that. And we will have lunch here with the business guys, the tech guys.
Good job last night. He gave me the greatest seat. Did you see my seat?
economics, you have to have seriousness.
진지하게 접근해야 한다. 그리고 올바른 정책을 펴야
근데 이제 이것도 근데 지금
상식을 무시해서는 안 됩니다.
You know that I post my life. I raised my looking at the risk of component and risk of labor. Well, I was a labor union to say that the risk of component was also a metal worker in Dunsky. São Paulo. We had strikes the same period.
저희 정치 인생은 폴란드의 발리스타 노조위원장 80년대에 유명한 노동운동을 해서 이분의 더 많은 교훈을 받았습니다. 그 당시에 80년대에 저도 철강 노조를 했었고 이분도 발리스타로 같이 했었어요. In São Paulo.
São Paulo. No, the strikes was in São Paulo. His strikes. And he says now Franesco was a failure, complete failure as president.
그러나 발리스타가 대통령이 되고 나서는 완전히 실패했습니다. 그때 제가 대선에 승리하고 나서 저는 발리스타 대통령 왜 실패했는지 저는 브라질에서 노동자로 출발해서 대통령이 된 첫 사례이기 때문에 나는 실패하지 않겠다. 내가 만약 여기서 실패한다면 다시는 노동자가 대통령이 될 수 없습니다.
So I cheer for you as much as I cheer for myself.
그래서 저는 제가 잘하기를 응원해 주실 대통령님도 잘 될 것입니다. When I visit Brazil, I want to visit São Paulo.
Você quis conhecer São Paulo.
To the place where you have worked.
E é onde você trabalhou.
São Paulo é um estado que tem 44 milhões de habitantes.
44 million inhabitants.
자, 상파울루 주의 인구만 해도 4,400만 명입니다.
É o estado mais desenvolvido do Brasil.
Most developed state in Brazil.
브라질에서 가장 발전된 도시입니다.
A capital é uma cidade muito grande.
The capital is a big city.
수도는 큰
12
대도시입니다.
milhões de
12 million inhabitants.
주도에는 1,200만 명이 있거든요.
É um estado que tem
It's the state
mais indústria, mais
more manufacturing industry.
é onde está o
제조업이
sistema
많은
financeiro
지역.
brasileiro.
It's the financial system is based in São Paulo.
금융 중심지도 상파울루입니다.
Maior universidade do Brasil.
Best universities in Brazil.
Mão de obra bastante
최고의 대학들도
Skilled labor. Most
mais
qualified.
고숙련 노동자도 밀집돼 있습니다.
é a locomotiva da economia brasileira.
It's
산업의
the
중심지입니다.
locomotive of the Brazilian economy.
브라질 경제의 엔진 역할을 합니다. Mr. President, you are making Brazil into a world-class country.
Transformando o Brasil num país de classe mundial.
O Brasil, nós temos uma coisa que é, o Brasil não tem divergência entre os países. Nós não temos
당신이 어떠한 나라하고도
No litigation whatsoever.
문제를 갖지 않습니다.
eu não gosto disso. Eu não gosto de briga,
I don't like fights.
저는 싸우는 걸 싫어합니다.
mas eu não suporto o comportamento.
하지만 지금 미국 정부의 하는 수가 없으니까 동의할 수 없습니다. 황제와 같이
Acha que pode passar de uma da ordem pública.
저는 하루 아침에 일어나서 전 세계에 이렇게 그렇게
Anything around that indigenous reserve. It's like we were building a sanctuary around the indigenous people reserve. One day before beaches of the northeastern Brazil. In Rio, one day, and then you come and talk to me. I was on Rio and a beach. I will try to treat the president in a way so well that I will treat
Nós temos uma proposta chamada TSE. Não é doação. Não é doação. A Coreia pode comprar, fazer um investimento nesse fundo e ela vai ganhar dinheiro. Esse fundo vai ter uma rentabilidade. Uma parte dessa rentabilidade será utilizada para preservar a floresta no mundo inteiro. No Brasil, o que é importante é que não é doação. É um investimento. Tanto o empresário pode fazer, quanto o Estado pode fazer. Não, o fundo já está com quase 8 bilhões de dólares. A Noruega tem uma participação de 3 bilhões de euros. A Alemanha, 1 bilhão. A Holanda também.
나무 하나를 더 심는 것이 하나를 더 베는 것보다 좋다는 것을 이 전체주의 얘네들이 이런 것을 대통령께서 브라질 방문하실 때 이거를 좀 높이 So we also look into this.
아는 정상국
I have to wait for them to leave. To get to my chair. Oh, behind you, front and center.
vas bien, Cristalina? Non, je vais te faire briefer. Ils vont arriver, on va demander d'abord Scott. Parfait. Georgia était là. On a qui là-bas? Il faut rattraper le président de la Corée, le président Lula et le président Ruto. So, President Trump will arrive in a while, but I suggest, in order to try to disorganize everything, to try to start. I wait for President Lula and President Lee. Georgia is arriving as well. She was with us. I will just make a short introduction, and if you could frame our discussion, it would be very good. Et on a le président Lee. Voilà. Muito obrigado. Le président de Corée. So as we are waiting, when you want to take the floor and request, you press the button on your left. When I give you the floor, you press the button on your right. It's a great added value. I'm happy to.
Well, wish I'd known that a couple of days ago.
Oh, hello, President. Hello.
I'm the boss.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, President. Dear colleagues. So we have a photo.
Would you like to stay for the meeting? It's okay with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's too hot in here.
It's hot.
They have a little air conditioning?
It's
Yeah, we will have that. And we will have lunch here with the business guys, the tech guys.
Good job last night. He gave me the greatest seat. Did you see him last night?
브라질 경제의 엔진이었거든. because you are making Brazil into a world-class country.
Quello si chiama tecnico. È poco, perché se tengono come la viabilità
아직은 불안해.
utilizado para preservar a floresta no mundo inteiro. No Brasil, o que é importante é que não é doação, é um investimento. Tanto o empresário pode fazer, quanto o Estado pode fazer. Não, o fundo já está com quase 8 bilhões de dólares. A Noruega tem uma participação de 3 bilhões de euros. A Alemanha, 1 milhão. A Holanda também. É novo, foi lançado na Copa.
작년 30에서 출범했기 때문에 계속 새로운 사업을 그래서 할 때는 this fund participates very
Nós vamos consertar. É um processo de conscientização. Ou seja, tentar mostrar para a sociedade que uma área debatida ela é melhor para a humanidade do que nenhuma área.
나무 하나를 더 심는 것이 하나를 더 베는 것보다 하는 것을 뭐 전체주의 세계의 기존의
Aqui, quando você for ao Brasil, nós vamos conversar.
대표님께서 브라질 방문하실 때 이걸 So we will also look into this.
Muito bem. Mas outro tinha falado com o amigo dele. Essa coisa que eu vi que ele mudar. Eu falei, nós só vamos descer quando tiver 4 pontos da reunião. Não estava, não é verdade que estava. Eu prefiro estar bom. Cheguei aqui, tinha uma pessoa aqui dentro só. Dois dias, você não está aí.
아는 정보고
Nós vamos virar lá.
to wait for them to leave.
Das ist ein sehr interessantes Thema.
Also ich bin letztendlich also in 3 Jahren fühlt sich das ganz anders an.
Ich gibt vorsichtige, optimistische Signale, dass bestimmte Preise sehr diplomatisch.
Ja, genau. Ich will auch mal, also das halt Fun Fact, ich war am selben Wochenende, als diese also das war ja fast zeitgleich irgendwie gewesen, weil ich so... Nee, wirklich nicht. Bald. Jetzt dann bald. Was heißt denn bald? How long is a piece of string? Nicht über. Passt es gut zusammen.
Ganz vorsichtig, unter 3, es könnte gleich enden. Wir kriegen das jetzt vom Protokoll auch nochmal Bescheid gegeben, wenn die sich in Bewegung setzen, aber dass wir es schon mal gehört haben.
Also die ganze Sitzung. Wir sind ja hier.
Genau.
Also noch eine Viertelstunde, da habe ich meine Frage vergessen. Haben wir Fragen, was sind zu Lizenzproduktion in der Ukraine? Da war so ein Satz in der Erzählung heute. Also ich habe das nicht vernommen. Ich frage mich aber, ob das nicht was ergiebiger ist, nochmal, aber Hintergrund der Kriege nochmal, ne? Ja. Nee. Das wäre. Wieder
Weil das ja noch zusammen
Also die wollen, also die bauen die braucht.
Die fangen mit 5.000 Euro an.
Oh.
Hallo.
Das ist nicht anders.
Wackeln ganz wackeln. Aber ist ja alles zu tippen. Der arbeitet gerade mit der Laube. Nee, das muss man auch wissen.
Ja, die Frage ist halt, was nee, das gibst du halt.
Ja, genau.
Du versteckst du nicht mehr.
So, das war dann die Genitiv. Ja, das ist ein Tick von Michael Bloomberg. Seit 20.
Mal angemacht, ja. Ja, auf 1. Also dann die schöner an. Aber macht das mal. Das soll gleich losgehen. Der Akku hält doch über die 2 Stunden, oder? Wow, wie noch. Oder?
Ich finde auch, dass die immer ziemlich geizig sind.
Mit ihrem. Ja, aber weißt du, wenn während deines Aufsagers das Licht ausgeht.
Ja, auch das ist mir schon passiert und dann habe ich kurz gedacht, das haben sie doch nicht.
Genau. Natürlich haben sie recht. Natürlich haben sie recht. Weil das ist dir dann irgendwie jetzt schon wieder entfallen. Ne?
Die wird das nicht vergessen können.
Ich habe das Problem. Ja, ich sage alles nicht
Ja, okay. Ja,
also Rappel, ich würde die doch einen Ticken weiter weg noch machen, ja? Oder noch ein bisschen seitlicher. Einfach. Weiter weg oder seitlich? Seitlicher einfach. So, das ist schon besser. So ist besser. Ja, weil es ja nicht mehr auf dich drauf geht.
ist da wieder in die Mitte?
Bedenkt ihr auch, dass der Kanzler irgendwie 2 Köpfe größer ist? 2 Köpfe größer.
Haben wir haben doch immer einen Kanzler. 2 Meter. 2 Meter, oder?
1,96.
Oh, da kommt auch was.
Ja.
Philipp, kannst du dich einmal ganz kurz an das Rednerpult bitte stellen, weil oder Alex, die Kanzlergröße. Ich war das letzte Jahr.
Noch ein Kopf drauf. Wie groß bist du?
1,87.
Ja, 10 Zentimeter mehr, ne?
Ja.
So gut? Das meine ich nur wegen dem Licht halt.
Ja, passt. Also ich bin ein bisschen geblendet hier, aber das ist wahrscheinlich egal,
Das ist Absicht.
Ja, muss so sein.
Wenn du immer auf die 10 stehst.
Er wollte
Ach,
vor
jetzt
den
schon.
Teich.
Ist gut.
Ich bin ja immer auch schon drauf gewesen. So.
So sein, dass er nicht im Teich ist.
Bravo.
Er wollte im Schatten vor dem Teich.
Super Ding, aber die machen jetzt nachher, weil die halt nicht mehr in den Grafen, sondern schon in den 16 zu 19
Definiere jetzt. Genau.
Die machen das alle nach, die können immer mehr von einem Film machen. Ja, die ganzen Chinesen. Und dann musst du so ein schönes haben, nicht der Akku, der da mitgeliefert wird, sondern musst du dir schön Silat und dann wieder runter. Also bei 100%, dann ist es vielleicht nochmal 3-4 Stunden nach Auto. Das kostet. Der läuft bei dem gar nicht heiß. Warum? Nee, der ist nicht, der steht nicht. Ja, und kannst du ein kleines Tisch. Du hast dann nur noch so eine schöne Diffuser, ne? Hast du auch noch? Nee, sicher nicht. Also gibt es ein neues Pro. Das Pro ist halt schön wie auch eine Dünne. Aber die letzten drei, also auch die...
Niemals. Aber eigentlich...
Da ja noch keiner... Aber es ist der Reflektor.
Der französische Verkehrsbeamte schnüffeln über meine Sachen. Ja.
Guck mal, hier ist das angucken. Sie müssen auch
Ja, weil er... Ach, hat er Telefon direkt auch benutzen können, hat er gemerkt, dass es nur
Mal die Studie das ist doch mal mit dem Kaffee,
Ja, das ist halt schwierig. Du siehst ja schon, dass ich hier noch relativ ist.
Das ist ja so ein bisschen drunter. Ich mache das ja nur hier.
Und das ist halt schon leicht übersteuert.
Nee, aber dann geht es nicht.
Könnte sein.
Ja, also geht dann halt besser. Alt? Nee, ich habe nur das Ah, warte mal. Was ist das vielleicht mein Kameramann? Der hat. Martin?
Ja.
Hast du so ein.
Ja.
Ach, alles gut, hat sich erledigt. Er hat eine Kabelfrage, aber nicht gelöst.
Das ist ein Change,
dass ich mein eigenes Bild aber gut. Das ist schön, wenn ich helfen konnte. Da braut sich Unheil zusammen an meiner Kamera. Ja, da habe ich mir jetzt kurz Sorgen gemacht. Hingewarnt.
Ich ziehe doch unter den Stativ.
aber was so ein bisschen übertrieben. Aber das wird eigentlich auch
Ja, das ist total bizarr, weil ich bin sozusagen zwischen einem Spiel und das ist jetzt sinnvoll, weil Eisbär
so häufig anders geplant. Ich glaube, es ist besser auch für Sie.
weil der Flieger halt alles sehr schön, weil die
das war jetzt das Signal quasi, das gleiche Ding setzen, aber das ist schwer abzuschätzen. Zum Ende kommen dann aber sozusagen mit Lauschen oder was ist.
Da kommt jemand gelaufen.
Florian, ne?
Zumindest so kurz vor Claudia, oder? Ja, das ist ja, da kommt jemand wieder, ne? Dann, da kommen Leute. Sind doch lang. So ein Rot, so ein blonder, so rotblonder. So.
Gestern war ja schon etwas kann man sich also nichts, oder? Später würde ich vielleicht nicht. Ja, ja.
Gestern habe ich auch 40. Ja.
Eine kleine Prototyp eingeben. Von Ihnen war die Frage.
Ja, die in Mainz. Aber ich mag deinen Humor.
Gibt es eine Fragenreihenfolge?
Die zweite.
Ja.
Also du machst im iPhone, ne? Oder wie?
Ja, ja.
Na, gut.
Ja, das
Das kann sein.
2000, 2005.
Ganz lang.
Das war damals
Ja, taucht sie plötzlich
Ich war
auf.
von 3 bis 7 Jahren. Mit dem war der Kind. Aber gut, den habe ich selten gesehen.
Ihr seid nicht mal um 4 aufgestanden. Ja? Kein einziges Mal.
Und warst du noch mal in Paris?
leider Status quo.
Wer war denn da, als du, oder wen hast du?
Absolut. Und dann 5 Minuten später alle
So schön morgens wieder die Vögel. Ja, das ist so schön. Und das war wirklich. Wart ihr joggen? Ja, das war spektakulär. Du hast dann das bewegt sich so zwischen den Bergen.
Oder war das nicht so eine Tankstelle, die dann an das Märchen
Ja.
Gold, ja siehst du mal.
Stand ist echt und dann steht ja irgendwann da so, aber das ist aber so, dann kommen erst ich meine, ich hätte die gesehen und dann dachte ich, ach nee, kann gar nicht sein. Da muss ich Mist.
Ich hoffe noch eine Weile, ich habe gerade den Kamera.
Das ist doch schon. Ich bin auch schon dabei zu tun, obwohl es doch ein Morgentermin ist.
Da steht sie, da hinten unter der Absperrung stand ich. Aber
das finde ich halt, also in den USA ist es halt so, die pushen dann den Preis da und dann hast du gesehen, wie viele Autowarten um sich rum hat. Die zeigen das als sehr nah, also ich kann solche Dinge nicht werden. Aber gleichzeitig gibt es Journalismus, das ist gesehen, dass wir da den Server und die neue Filme gemacht. Und das finde ich absolute Lobe. Dass jemand so ein Live-Aufsager-Gestell auf den Schultern hat und dann so Bescheid. Und dann ist es so. Es gibt halt alles, ne? Von bis, total toll. Also so alles.
Ja, Abschnitt auf 1. Akku hinter der Regel.
Schon toll, sich das inhaltlich zu konzentrieren, wenn man so viele Titel hat. Aber es ist machbar und die gute Seite ist, dass ich dann halt sehr viel Kontrolle habe. Weil das wäre halt auch, wenn du heute abgeben musst und kann er sich das vorbehalten?
Also der ist ja für Achso, ja, genau. Das ist normal. Das ist für sonst glaube ich so. Aber ich finde das absurd, dass du das aufnimmst und sagen willst, der Satz, also zum Beispiel die Frau, der Satz ist unnötig, der muss bitte drin bleiben. Ich mache das dann immer, weil ich den nicht frage, aber das ist schon Stretch.
Weil die Sahne hat schon von einem
Ja, bei den Profis musst du echt immer hinterher sein, also schreibt dir das und dann ist die Agentur, die du schon verschickt hast, gar nicht in der Hintergrund drin und dann hast du das Hintergrund. Oh.
Ja, okay.
Also das ist natürlich, ja, deswegen ist eigentlich mehr Kontrolle ist manchmal gar nicht.
Nee, also ich bin da auch total, ich finde auch, dass es immer weniger teamkompatibel war. Weil ich so viel immer alleine machen muss, dass wenn es dann kollektiv ist, ich dann echt mir denke, boah, also wenn ich ja echt mal das selber bestimmen. Das ist dann so eine oh ja, Abwägung, oh ja. Abwägungssache, ob es mir noch mehr Unterstützung bringt oder mir mehr Arbeit macht. Jemand anders sonst irgendwie einzubinden in so einem Job, wenn man sich erstmal drauf eingeht.
Ja, Gang ist zum Beispiel, ne? Das machst du einmal. Okay, es geht gleich los. Gut.
Really?
Wir gehen gleich los.
Ja.
Philipp, kannst du es einmal in die Gruppe stellen, dass es gleich losgehen? Dass es gleich losgehen? Kannst du einmal in die Gruppe stellen? Geht gleich los. Einmal leider so rum.
ist der Sinn eigentlich. Ja.
Test. Wollen wir hier nochmal reinsprechen oder? Ja. Kannst kurz ansprechen einmal. Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Test, Daumen hoch. Reuters, IFP, okay.
Nicht vorbei.
Nicht vorbei. Das hat nicht Vorteile.
Bist du umgefallen?
Dann stand immer in der Scheißposition irgendwie so, weil ich da in der Position beim ZDF
Hast du das ja gut? Ich mache Brüssel mit, aber ich gehe heute nicht mal zurück. Ja, wann kriegst du? Morgen Mittag oder? Morgen Nachmittag. Ach so, in aller Ruhe. Also machst du Gipfel da? Ja. Ah ja, okay.
Naja, jetzt mal ernst, das wieder nicht dran.
Ich habe auch nichts zum Schaden.
Ich war ungern, aber...
Das war okay. Das ist ein Job, ja. 10.000 €. Das Zimmer. Da werden Leute auch im Zimmer sein. Ja, toll.
Jetzt fallen die Preise.
Ich habe gefragt, wer sein will, alleine hat so einen Freund.
das ist auch schon ein Paar.
Dankeschön. Ich liebe den auch total. Der ist dann so schnell einen Schritt nach vorne.
Komplimente.
Ja, dann siehst du nur ein Kopf und Wasser. Es freut mich auch ganz besonders, weil der wirklich echt teuer war. Schön.
Packen dann gleich zusammen, wo wir kann
Alle.
Und dann warten wir da, wie es weitergeht.
Aber, okay, dann kommt schon so. Das ist ja natürlich ganz toll. Ist ihr ein CRM oder das Essen? Also wir sind dann
hier oben, also wir fahren dann wieder ins Talstation, genau.
Aber wir müssen wieder auf den Shuttle warten. Ja.
Und dann müssen wir kommt ja auch mal Glück.
Heute Morgen noch nicht. Nehmt ihr diesen offiziellen Shuttle zwischen den beiden?
Und da gibt es noch den offiziellen Shuttle.
Deswegen, weil der fährt immer zum Anfang der Stunde.
Einfach hier noch ein bisschen zu bleiben und alle schreiben nicht, und das wird dann.
Aber gut,
wenn wir früher zurückziehen, dann umso besser. Das ist ja das Interessante. Das müssen wir nur noch mal anbauen.
Dann gibt es langsam geht's nicht auf.
Und das wird dann vielleicht ein bisschen fast übernachten wir da hinten nach.
Wenigstens meinst du joggen, ich meine nicht joggen. Aber schon. Heute. Ja, aber dafür konnten wir vorne rein, also ich war halt dann nicht so weit gewesen, ja, ich war halt schon auch ganz gut. Und wir sind jetzt rein,
Der offizielle Gesindruck.
Ja. Also an innen
Heute mal Safari-Look.
Gärtnerschicht, dass es so weitergeht. Das Gärtnern muss weitergehen.
Ja, aber wirklich, natürlich. Da kann hier nicht. Ja. Doch, wir waren drin heute Morgen. Ja, bei Kani. Ja, nee, das der Vogel joggt nicht, aber fängt den Buch. Also das Hotel habe ich jetzt nicht so.
Der wird vielleicht nicht schlecht aus, aber. Ich war bei der anderen am Tag.
Ich glaube, es hat was damit zu tun, was man als entspannt empfindet. Ich finde es nicht stress, dass wenn 5 Leute einen anstarren und gucken, ob man einen Kaffee will. Das finde ich irgendwie anstrengend. Da sehe ich was. Das, ja, das ist ja. Ganz davon. Nicht? Doch. Ja, aber wo Entourage, da ist doch auf der Klasse drin. Ja, von ich sehe die Latze. Entourage ist doch Vorzeit. Zitat des Tages. Keiner wird sich trauen. Ja. Also der sagt sich noch gut. Did you mind just for the arrival to share a little bit? Ja. Alle. Die Namen sind auch
Super gesagt. Ich weiß nicht was. Der Weg hier runter.
So, herzlich willkommen zur Pressekonferenz. Wenn Sie alle noch einen Meter zurückgehen, haben wir vielleicht ein bisschen mehr Luft und stehen uns hier nicht so auf der Pelle. Ja, danke. Ja, meine Damen und Herren, zunächst einmal 2 Vorbemerkungen. Erstens, wir sind ein bisschen später als geplant. Das hängt damit zusammen, dass wir heute Morgen später angefangen haben. Es hat eine ganze Reihe von Vorbesprechungen noch gegeben. Zweite Vorbemerkung, die ich machen möchte, bevor ich zum Inhalt komme. Ich möchte Präsident Macron herzlich danken für die wirklich sehr gute Führung durch diesen G7-Gipfel, aber auch die sehr gute Vorbereitung in den letzten Wochen. Sie wissen, dass auch wir uns mit ihm zusammen intensiv vorbereitet haben auf diesen G7-Gipfel in Evian. Und ich muss im Ergebnis sagen, es hat sich in mehrfacher Hinsicht gelohnt. Ich ziehe auch am zweiten Tag des G7-Gipfels eine positive Bilanz. Wir haben gestern in verschiedenen Formaten eine
noch engere Zusammenarbeit zu kritischen Rohstoffen und kritischer Intelligenz und künstlicher Intelligenz verabredet. Wir werden über künstliche Intelligenz auch gleich mit den Tech-Unternehmen beim Mittagessen noch besprechen. Aber bestimmend bleibt und war heute Morgen auch das ganze Thema Geopolitik und geopolitische Ungleichgewichte. Wir haben uns bereits in der Nacht auf eine gemeinsame Gipfelerklärung zum Iran und zur Ukraine geeinigt. Das war ein hartes Stück Arbeit, aber es hat sich gelohnt, denn es ist das erste Mal überhaupt seit dem Amtsantritt von Präsident Trump, dass wir bei einem G7-Gipfel eine gemeinsame Erklärung abgeben und eine gemeinsame Sprache finden zu den großen außen- und sicherheitspolitischen Fragen unserer Zeit. Das finde ich ist wirklich ein Erfolg. In der Sache steckt in unserer Botschaft, in unserer Erklärung nämlich eine sehr klare Botschaft. Die Unterstützung der Ukraine ist aus diesem Kreis heraus so stark wie selten zuvor. Alle G7-Partner werden ihren militärischen und ihren finanziellen Beitrag für die Ukraine verstärken. Und ebenso deutlich ist die Botschaft an Russland. Alle G7-Partner werden den Druck auf Moskau erhöhen, auch durch Sanktionen. Das setzt einen neuen Ton, auch in der transatlantischen Einigkeit und Entschlossenheit. Es bringt uns vielleicht Friedensverhandlungen einen entscheidenden Schritt weiter. Wir haben dafür in den letzten Wochen systematisch gearbeitet. Ich will es noch einmal wiederholen. Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron und ich haben in London zusammen mit Volodymyr Zelensky unsere Positionen abgestimmt und gut vorbereitet. Unsere diplomatischen Berater haben sich auch abgestimmt mit den USA und mit den anderen europäischen Partnern, insbesondere mit Italien und mit Polen, die über den gesamten Prozess einbezogen waren in unsere Beratungen und in unsere Überlegungen. Gelungen ist das, weil wir die Gunst der Stunde genutzt haben, denn es lag ja auf der Hand, dass wir sozusagen eine Verbindung herstellen zwischen dem, was in der Ukraine notwendig bleibt und was jetzt mit dem Iran möglich war. Auch zum Iran setzen wir in Evian eine klare Botschaft. Als G7 begrüßen wir die Einigung, die zwischen Präsident Trump und der iranischen Führung erzielt werden konnte. Das ist ein wirklich großer Erfolg. Wir sehen es auch heute, zum Beispiel beim Ölpreis, dass er jetzt weiter zurückgeht, ist ein gutes Zeichen und offensichtlich werden auch die Lieferbeziehungen systematisch wieder aufgenommen. Diesem Abschluss dieser Vereinbarung müssen nun auch weitere Verhandlungen folgen, insbesondere eine zweite Verhandlungsrunde. Wir sind uns über das Ziel völlig einig. Die Straße von Hormuz muss ohne jede Einschränkung offen sein, ohne Wenn und Aber. Und Iran muss sein Nuklearprogramm dauerhaft und nachweisbar beenden. Der Frieden muss halten. Und das gilt nicht nur für den Iran, das gilt auch für den Libanon, insbesondere für den Südlibanon, über die Lage wir uns dort ausführlich unterhalten haben. Deutschland wird helfen. Es liegt in unserem Interesse, dass der Frieden hält. Wir brauchen einen stabilen Nahen und Mittleren Osten. Wir brauchen eine Klarheit bei den Seewegen, freie Seewege. Wir brauchen
Well, it's a great pleasure to be with my friend, the President of Egypt. He's respected all over the world, including by me. And our relationship has been very strong, personally, for a long time. And we're working together. We're helping him with a little dam project that I think you were very unfairly treated, if you want to know the truth, in Ethiopia. But we'll discuss many things, including trade. And we do a lot of business with Egypt, and we'll be discussing that. We'll be discussing the Nile, because the Nile's getting a little emptier than it should be, and that's what we're here to talk about, right? A dam was built in Ethiopia, and it's causing tremendous problems for Egypt, and I'm very aware. I had that deal settled, and then we had a rigged election, and somebody came in, and they didn't know too much about that deal. They were not going to settle anything, but we'll get back into it, and we'll see if we can settle it up, okay? Would you have to say something, please?
اسمح لي فخامة الرئيس ان انا ابدا بكل التقدير والاحترام لشخصكم فخامة الرئيس، وايضا رغم كل الجهود والجدول المزحوم جدا جدا على حفاوة الاستقبال. Please.
Well, first of all, let me express my highest appreciation and respect of your kind person, and thank you very much for allowing this opportunity despite all of the hard work and very busy schedule that you have, Mr. President.
هبدأ كلامي بالتهنئة والتهنئة الكبيرة جدا جدا على ما أنجزته فخامة الرئيس فيما يخص استعادة السلام في الشرق الأوسط والاستقرار.
Well, let me start by expressing big congratulations for the breakthrough that you have achieved, Mr. President, of restoring peace to the Middle East.
اسمح لي فخامة الرئيس إن بمجرد الإعلان عن هذا الاتفاق كان في تقدير كبير جدا لفخامة الرئيس، ولكن هذا التقدير زاد والإعجاب زاد في إدارة أزمة بمثل هذا المستوى، وإحنا مستنيين الإعلان عن هذا الاتفاق حتى يتم توجيه الشكر والتقدير علنا من خلال مؤسسة الرئاسة والدولة المصرية لشخصكم لهذا الاتفاق الذي أنجزتموه.
Once the deal was announced, there has been great appreciation, but the admiration has increased in this marvelous management of such crisis at the highest level.
Thank you.
We're waiting for the deal to be declared as a final deal, so that we can react appropriately and state our positive views and perspective of that great deal from the presidency and on behalf of the Egyptian people.
واسمح لي فخامة الرئيس أيضا إن احنا أوجه كل التقدير والاحترام أيضا لشخصكم على العلاقات القوية وعلى الدعم اللي بتقدمه أمريكا لمصر.
I'd like also to express highest appreciation and respect of your kind person for the productive and excellent relations between Egypt and the United States and all the support that the United States is providing for Egypt.
تفهمكم لمشكلة السد أيضا أمر أسجل فيه احترامي وتقديري أيضا لكم فخامة الرئيس.
For the record, again, Mr. President, I cannot overemphasize how much respect I have for you, for your understanding of the challenging issue of the dam to Egypt.
مش عارف اللي أنا أقوله ده مناسب إن أقوله ولا لا، ولكن أثناء العشاء امبارح أنا وجدت فخامة الرئيس محاط بكل القادة والرؤساء عايزين يتحدثوا معاه بدرجة إن هو يمكن ما كانش عنده لحظة لتناول العشاء.
I don't know if I'm going to say is appropriate or not, but I observed during the dinner of last night that you were surrounded, Mr. President, by all world leaders. They didn't leave you a moment to enjoy your dinner.
That was a lot of surround. Well, we had a great time, but it was a lot. It was a lot of work last night. You saw that.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor.
It's wonderful.
Nearly fantastic. So I'll be doing a news conference at about 4 o'clock today. Before we leave, we're going to Paris, and then we'll be going home tonight, I guess, if you really figure it. So we'll be heading to Paris, where we have a big dinner meeting with a lot of the same people, and then we're going home, and it's been a very successful trip. A lot of things have happened that have been very good. We'll be discussing a little bit about the deal with Iran at the 4 o'clock news conference. It's a great deal for a lot of reasons, but number one, by far, 99.9% is they will never have a nuclear weapon, and you can't give Iran a nuclear weapon, and they will never have a nuclear weapon, so that's very, very strong. It's a very strong deal. Nobody knows what it is, but it's very strong, and most people seem to be very happy. Who's really happy is the market, because the market's gone up thousands of points over the last 4 or 5 days since hearing about it. And the Strait is going to be opening. It's already partially opened. It's going to be opening up soon in full over the next day or two. And the market has gone wild, and oil has come tumbling down. Oil is at $73 to $74, and it's getting to very close to where it was before the crisis. The difference is now we have Iran without a nuclear weapon. So we'll see how that all plays out. I think people are going to be very happy. But there's nothing so smart as the market, and the market loves it beyond anything that I've actually seen. Again, the stock market has gone through the roof, and oil has come tumbling down. I guess it's in the low 70s now, right?
That's right.
That's amazing. So that's what speaks louder than words. The alternative would be a worldwide depression. You know, the stupid people want to have a worldwide depression, and they're stupid people. So you can only go so far. You drive somebody into the ground and a lot of bad things happen. Number one, the Strait would never open because they don't like floating billion-dollar ships up and down a strait when there are rockets flying over them and mines all over the place. So the Strait would never be open. It wouldn't be open for a long time. So we have a very hot stock market, and we have started to be a very low oil price, and that's going to have a huge impact on affordability caused by the Democrats. The Democrats have caused so many problems, you have no idea, but I'll never forget, I took over, and I'm in the office for one day, and I had my first news conference, and they said, affordability, sir, affordability, what are you doing about it? I said, I've just been here one day. They tell me about affordability. They're the ones that caused affordability. It's just another con job. They made up the word affordability, but we're bringing prices down a lot, and they're coming down fast. And with the settlement, so worthwhile, with the settlement where you're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and then we bring them down on top of that, and I think oil prices might get lower than where they were before the war. So I'm going to see you at 4 o'clock, and we'll discuss that a little bit, and we'll discuss other things. But we've had a great meeting. It's been a great summit, and France has done a fantastic job. President Macron has been he's really done a great job. It's been very well received. Everybody here has been, I don't know if they've been happy. Some are not doing so well, but some are doing very well. But they've done a beautiful job. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press.
President, you addressed the MOU that's been reported. It includes.
Have I read it?
Well, it's been reported that it includes a $300 billion reconstruction fund funded by Gulf allies. That's false?
It's false. People, you can invest if you want. I mean, what am I going to do? Say nobody's ever allowed to invest? No, we're not investing. We're not putting up 10 cents. And people can decide to do that, but that's up to them. I mean, do you want me to say nobody's ever allowed to invest in a country? I'll say it with Egypt. Nobody's allowed to invest in Egypt. Am I supposed to say that?
I'm asking whether.
We are not investing in it, and we do not have a fund.
Are you asking Gulf countries?
No, I'm not. I'm not. If they do it, fine. But I would say they won't be doing it for a while until they find out the behavior. It's a behavior thing. But we are not investing. That's a false story that got picked up incorrectly from a statement that was pretty well made, I think. Maybe a little bit, could have been a little more accurate, frankly. But it's a story. We are not investing 10 cents. Don't forget, there's never been anybody that's been so tough on Iran. This should have been done by Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama. It should have been done by Biden. It should have been done by Bush. It could have been done by a lot of people. This has been going on for 47 years. They've ripped you off for 47 years, and I'm the only one that did anything about it. They never shot missiles at anybody. We wiped out their Navy. We wiped out their military. We wiped out their Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. They have no radar. You know, the reason oil stayed low is because we were taking ships out every night that you didn't even know about. 2 days ago, 3 days ago, a month ago, we took out 22 ships. We averaged from 15 to 25 ships a night. Nobody knew that. Our Navy did a great job. Nobody knew what was happening. That's why oil didn't go to $300 a barrel. It went to $125, $115. Now it's at 72, 73. I heard it's lower than that now. I haven't seen it in the last couple of hours. No, we were very tough, and we took out a man named Soleimani. Remember that? You know, you think this would have happened if you were alive? The evil genius? He was an evil genius. People forget that. I took out Soleimani in my first term. Without that, you don't have the situation that we're in today where we dominated. We wiped out their military, and because we did that, and then we put up the blockade, which was totally effective. Not one ship got by, Steve.
Is the text of the agreement now final, or are you still?
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding, and if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs on their head.
When do you expect the wording?
If I don't like it, if they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head, okay? Because they've misbehaved for 47 years. all right?
Does it include
But nobody could have made this deal. I mean, the JCPOA done by Obama, he handed him $1.7 billion in cash, gave him hundreds of millions of dollars, gave him billions and billions of dollars, but he gave him $1.7 billion in cash, green cash from banks, into a Boeing 757 and flew it into Iran. And they stood at the plane. I have pictures of it, like, oh my, look at this money he's giving us. He tried to bribe his way out. I didn't do that. Nobody mentions that. 1.7 billion and hundreds of millions of dollars. They tried to bribe their way out of it. And you know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and they said he's a stupid son of a bitch. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
When you support Egypt rights, water security.
Well, that's what we're going to be talking about. You don't listen.
How and when?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Of course I support Egypt. He's a friend of mine. From day one, you know, I met him early in the campaign when Crooked Hillary and I were running against each other, right? And I was told that the president of Egypt is here. That was a big deal. It's still a big deal for me to be with the great president of Egypt, but not as big as it used to be before I ran. So he was in a hotel, and I met him, and we fell in love, deeply in love. And he didn't even want to see Hillary. He said, "You're going to win. I don't want to meet her." He said, "You're going to win." He didn't want to see her. Remember that? So we had a good relationship right from the beginning. No, we met. We didn't know each other before that. We had great chemistry, and I stayed twice as long as I was supposed to, took up her time. And then when it was her time, he didn't want to meet with her. But he did because he's a gentleman, but it lasted about 1 minute. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for asking us. Thank you for asking us. Thank you for asking us. Thank you for driving. Thank you. Just make us. Anyway, thank you for asking. Everybody.
Does it contain a
Thank you guys.
No,
Thank you.
How are you, by the way? Okay?
Thank you.
vas bien, Cristalina? Non, je vais te faire briefer. Ils vont arriver, on va demander d'avoir Scott. Parfait. Georgia était là. On a qui là-bas? Il faut rattraper le plus.
est formidable, quand même. Vraiment, son plus hier, ils ont signé un truc, aujourd'hui. C'est demain, oui, c'est pas fait. C'est pas fait, hein.
There's a lot of people want to be a protocol very cool actually, so everyone can work actually. But they're doing like short contract or like presidential day or
Elle est là, elle fait un live. Ah, ok. Je dirais, ce serait mieux, quoi.
Tu peux emmener une personne de plus à un moment? Non, on a arraché une pluie. C'est surtout quand ils montent dans le Mont Blanc, quand ils vont faire des sauts, parce que quand tu arrives avec 4000, tu sens l'hélico.
Là, ils grattent quelque chose.
Moi, je peux te dire, apparemment, ils peuvent monter presque les travaux durent plus d'1 minute. Avec un pilote de cham, qui chantait l'hélico, et là, je me disais, putain, faut prendre. Et là, tu serres les fesses.
Avant, pour aller au moment, ils faisaient des ronds pour monter, tu vois. Ça prenait un certain temps, tu vois, quand même. Alors que là, vraiment, au milieu, tu as quasiment tout droit à monter. Alors voilà, on peut avoir un peu.
Alex, our new fellow, too, isn't it? Nice.
On se posait ici.
Non, ici, on va covering the White House.
Bien évidemment. Mais après, on va partager par les autres. Tu me demandes? Oui, peut-être, tu peux demander un peu plus, mais on va pas être ici. L'intelligence artificielle, c'est pas ici. C'est l'intelligence. Donald, c'est une forme d'intelligence artificielle.
I don't know what the check was, but
tout le monde n'a pas sa façon de faire. On en a beaucoup de choses.
C'est nos abonnés.
As I'm following on Instagram, I see his UFC, I don't know, MMA.
Yeah, he does.
So I don't want to be. And Andrew Harley also, he get to get here.
Yeah, he would like to be here. It's been that long.
Because I know you buy that because of it.
Yeah, so it's me, Alex, Manny, don't forget Manny. Mark Schiefelbein, Manny. Yeah, Manny Sonetta, Scotty Applewhite, Miriam.
He's still here.
Yeah. He's 74.
74?
Yeah.
Non, mais je crois que c'est Bertrand qui a fait Le monde a changé. Bon, tu sais, on nous embaucherait plus. Comme tu prendras la place au centre.
Je te garde une
non,
place.
S'il vous plaît, ils sont en train de tous arriver. Sur l'épaule de ma collègue. Quoi? Sur ton épaule de ma collègue. Avec plaisir. On rallume ou pas le micro?
C'est vendu.
Oui, ce serait pas. Une minute.
C'est long.
Mais il ne faut pas me précipiter non plus, c'est longtemps de tout. Par contre, vraiment, quand on dit merci, il faut partir, qu'on n'est pas nous, qu'on ne soit pas dans l'obligation de vous pousser. C'est assez désagréable.
Moi, je suis faire ça.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Sur le rocher. Tu l'as ramené?
Merci beaucoup. S'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît.
Look at yourself in a picture and you say, what happened?
What happened?
I had the lowest year in the whole room.
You know what? It was the UN.
Oh, is that it?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You remember? That's funny. That's very funny. Oh, that's much better. Come on. That's so funny.
Oh, that's much better.
Thank you, Mark. I'll remember that.
We'll get it back.
deux câbles, je suis avec l'iPhone ici. Ok? C'est super fort. Merci. Ciao. à l'Olivier. Vous voyez, c'est bon? C'est bon, il le voit? Rapide. Ça va juste là, ça va. Basta. Il va faire une rallonge là. Je te la tire. C'est top. Test s'il marche. Je laisse tuer la... Ah bah là on peut profiter de charger la...
Eh oui, c'est ok.
Parce que... Ah bah j'avais des...
Ah ouais, c'est pas bête, moi aussi je vais charger mon téléphone.
Ah ouais. C'est bon bébé. C'est la bombe bébé. On est sauvés hein. On pourra travailler jusqu'à
le câble de chargeur c'est Lucien qui l'a pris.
Dans le sac à dos.
La J-Curry, ouais. C'est con parce que ces câbles j'en ai plein. Pas ici. C'est un câble standard hein, normalement. Un gros là. Oui, c'est ça. Eh ben, ah merde, ça t'as le rare, celui que personne n'a. Donc on n'a pas besoin aujourd'hui. Il n'y a que ça.
Ouais. Non, les autres c'est des tout petits pains. C'est des doubles comme ça, de deux. Ah bah il est parti du camp de Disney. Après il peut être rien, non, il est parti.
C'est pas très grave.
Ça va vite.
Qu'est-ce qu'il peut faire? De toute façon on alimente tout avec ça quoi.
Ouais, on passe, ça change à rien, non? Ça change à rien si je fais un déplacement.
Bah, ça va éteindre le Starlink et tout comme ça. Ça va couper le Starlink quelques secondes. C'est comme qu'il se reconnecte, le Starlink. Je leur fais prévenir et...
Ouais.
Si tu veux, hein. Ah, 1%. Oh la vache.
On était juste là. Bon, allez, après on prend le risque.
Allez, on prend le risque. vois le... C'est là, c'est le câble et tout. J'ai bien fait putain, sans déconner. Oh là 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 là. On a bien fait de tout mettre dans la bagnole de Lucien. C'est léger, t'as vu? J'ai écrit Carrefour.
Combien c'est 15 euros.
Les yeux, ça.
Ouais, mais c'est plastique parce qu'il n'est pas encombrant. C'est pas encombrant.
15 mètres, c'est bien, t'as vu, c'est déjà pas mal.
Nous, on n'a pas besoin de plus, là, c'est plutôt de production.
50, mais après, c'est un coup, ça passe une tonne. Il est mon boulot. Pratique, parce que tu peux le, tu vois, il est compact, tu as vu comme il est léger.
Non, tu peux l'accrocher au sac à dos, tu vois, ça va. C'est pas encombrant, quoi. On peut tourner à café. Ah, je vais pas payer en fait. Non mais maintenant, c'est eux qui vont chercher. Ah, maintenant ça commence à être belle la lumière. Je vais rester à cette distance, comme ça, s'il y a des mouvements d'hélicoptères, parce que simple, il va partir avec 4 hélicoptères. Tu vois, il va dire au matin.
C'est pas une boîte, ouais, c'est pas une autre. Ouais. Ah, mais c'est pas un café.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
Président de la Corée, le président Lula et le président Ruto.
So, President Trump will arrive in a while, but I suggest, in order to try to disorganize everything, to try to start. I wait for President Lula and President Lee. Georgia is arriving as well. She was with us. I will just make a short introduction, and if you could frame our discussion, it would be very good. I appreciate it. Et on a le président Lee. Voilà. Muito obrigado. Le président de Corée. So as we are waiting, when you want to take the floor and request, you press the button on your left. When I give you the floor, you press the button on your right. It's a great added value. I'm happy to.
Well, wish I'd known that a couple of days ago.
Oh, hello, President. Hello. I'm the boss. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, President. Dear colleagues. So we have a photo.
Would you like to stay for the meeting? It's okay with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's too hot in here.
It's hot.
Do they have a little air conditioning?
Yeah, we will have lunch. And we will have lunch here with the business guys, the tech guys.
Good job, Leslie. He gave me the greatest seat. Did you see him?
진지하게 접근해야 한다. 그리고 올바른 정책을 펴야 상식을 무시하는 게
C'était quoi? C'était le tout attendre. Je ne savais pas à quel point finalement je pouvais, voilà, il tombe et ça fait tout. Mais ça y est, il faut de fois parce que tu sais, eux, ils poussent pour leur sécurité parce que là, ils sont dégueux. C'est pour ça qu'ils ont mis comme ça, vraiment, comme ça, on est indépendant. Por favor. Ah, j'ai un coup de panique, mais j'ai arrangé en 3 minutes. Ça tombe vite, hein, ça va vite. C'est comme ça, tu sais, je la mets sur les incendies et tout ça, parce que parfois, la neige, tu peux pas aller. Il faut que tu ailles là-dessus. Et ça, la neige, c'est une ferme. Non, et la neige, c'est ça. Mais par contre, incendie, catastrophe, avec ça, tu sais, le chaleur, tu vas à pied, quoi, tu vois. Et là, quand tu vas dans la rue, il n'y a pas de luxe. Ah non, c'est comme la même situation va vous voir, c'est comme une fois que tu as connu ça, tu ne veux pas l'autre, c'est de verre. Bon, bientôt, ça va finir. Avoir une circulation un peu plus active avec le passage, hein, c'est vrai. Il y a combien là? Ah vite, hein. De 40 minutes et tout. Mais ça c'est correct, hein. Et c'est moins cher. Ça c'est Zachary? C'est comment? comment il va les servir ici.
Après, moi, je préfère que les bloquer, il faut s'entrer pour moi. Hein? Non, il a décalé le gaz.
C'est ouvert? Oui, c'est ouvert. Test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4, test 5, test 6, test 7, test 8, test 9, test 10. Merci.
souffles. Non, c'est le Nintendo Mic, tu vois, je sais pas. Ouais, c'est un son de mauvaise qualité, il prend la salle. Et c'est possible que le signal est peut-être pas si bon. Il est à son 5, mais à la moitié, il vient là-bas.
Passeport quand il est. G7 médias.
Ah mais je peux pas, c'est en cours, tu vois, je peux pas y aller. On a 7 MB, on a 7, c'est bien. Non, on est à 7 mégabits. Pendant qu'on est connecté, je peux pas l'ajouter. On est à 7.
Non mais je lui ai dit le premier truc, mais c'est pas grave, je lui ai dit.
Oh, ça fait 1 heure qu'on tourne, on va pas faire de batterie. Allez. Voilà, c'est là qu'on peut dire.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the
Well, thank you very much. We had some great meetings in France. The group of people used to be the G8, now it's the G7. I don't know if that was a good deal or not, but it's a G7, and we have a G2 coming up, and then we have a G20 coming up. You know what the G2 is, I think, most of you. But we had in particular some very good conversations with Prime Minister Modi, India, and we're doing trade deals. We're doing a lot of things. A lot of things are happening between the United States and India. The United States is doing the best we've ever done. We have over $19.2 trillion coming in, and we're building factories. We're building everything, and Prime Minister is building a lot in the United States. He's spending a lot of money in the United States, so we appreciate that job. But I just want to say he's been my friend for a long time now, and we've always had a great relationship, and it's great to be with you. Thank you very much. Great to be with you.
Thank you. राष्ट्रपति जी, आपसे मिलकर के बहुत खुशी हो रही है और पिछले वर्ष हम वाशिंगटन में मिले थे। उसके बाद हमारे संबंधों में एक नई गति आई है, नई ऊर्जा आई है और कई विषयों में हम बहुत मिल करके आगे चल रहे हैं।
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to meet you here in Avia. We had an extremely productive meeting in Washington last year, and since then we have given new speed and new energy to our relations, and we are working together on a number of areas.
और हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि हमारी दोनों टीमें भी मिलजुल करके हमने जो टारगेट तय किए उसको पूरा करने के लिए भरपूर प्रयास कर रहे हैं और हम बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
And we are also happy that our teams have also been working in close coordination and engagement, and they have been working towards achievement of the targets that we had set for ourselves last year.
एक्सेलेंसी, पश्चिम एशिया में शांति के जो प्रयास प्रगति हुई है, इसके लिए मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूँ।
Mr. President, I commend you for your leadership on the progress that has been made in the efforts to restore peace in West Asia.
आपके इन प्रयासों के कारण पश्चिम एशिया में शांति की एक नई किरण नजर आ रही है और हम आशा करते हैं कि चिरस्थायी शांति बनेगी।
Thanks to your efforts, Mr. President, new hope for peace and stability in the region has been rekindled, and I'm confident that this will lead to a long-standing peace in the region.
एक्सेलेंसी, आप और हम सभी इस बात से सहमत हैं कि हॉर्मुज का खुला रहना एक वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए बहुत ही अनिवार्य है।
Mr. President, you and I agree that keeping the Strait of Hormuz open is vital for the global economy.
एक्सेलेंसी, हम हमेशा कहते रहे हैं कि फ्रीडम ऑफ नेविगेशन सुनिश्चित होना चाहिए और इस पर हम सब ने मिलकर के बल देना चाहिए।
India has consistently emphasized the importance of ensuring freedom of navigation, and we should work together and place a particular emphasis on that.
एक्सेलेंसी, आप जानते हैं कि मैरीटाइम ट्रेड की दुनिया में भारत के लाखों सीफेरर्स आज दुनिया के अलग अलग समुद्र में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं, विश्व की प्रगति में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूं कि उनकी सुरक्षा भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है।
Mr. President, you are aware across the world, Indian seafarers in hundreds of thousands are working and they're performing their duties across global maritime trade routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, and their safety is of utmost importance to us.
एक्सेलेंसी, समझौते के लिए शांति के प्रयासों में आपने भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझौते में सीफेरर की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित होगी और उसको प्राथमिकता मिलेगी।
Mr. President, you made tremendous efforts towards reaching this understanding and this agreement, and I'm confident that the issue of seafarers will receive the highest priority during the implementation of this agreement.
एक्सेलेंसी, मैं फिर एक बार पश्चिम एशिया में शांति बहाल कराने के आपके भरसक प्रयासों का मैं पूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं और आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Mr. President, once again, I deeply appreciate and I deeply commend your efforts in ensuring the restoration of peace and making efforts towards restoration of peace and stability in West Asia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Friends, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. We just heard the Prime Minister praise your efforts, the peace efforts in the Middle
Thank
East.
you.
Do you think you can carry the momentum from the Iran deal over to securing an end to the war in Ukraine? And can you tell us about your conversations with President Zelensky here at the G7?
Well, I had very good talks with President Zelensky and with President Putin, and we'd like to see that one end. I ended 8 wars, and to be honest with you, I thought this would have been one of the easier ones, but they're not liking each other too much, and that makes it much more difficult. But we're working. I had 2 good conversations with President Zelensky and with President Putin.
Will you let them build U.S. missiles? Or Europe manufacture missiles, American missiles?
They would like to be able to do that. We'll take a look at it. They have asked about it. Steve?
How close are you to a U.S.-India trade deal?
Very close. We've been there for a little while, and he's a very tough negotiator. He's one of the toughest, actually. So you look at this man. I'll give you a lesson. He's the most beautiful-looking man. He looks so nice. He's like an angel. But actually, he's as tough as he's a killer. I don't want to. He's a killer. He's as tough as they come. But he looks so good. So he gets you by surprise. But there's few people like this. People say he's such a nice man. I said no, he's very tough. He's a tough trader, and he loves the Indian people, but he also loves the USA. We had Howdy Modi in Houston, remember? And the stadium was full. Right, remember that?
He did Namaste Trump in
That was great. And we'll be going to India sometime in the future.
President Trump, when will you go to India, and how do you see Quad as well? This is a grouping that was started under your first term, and this is a grouping that all the 4 countries are looking forward to.
Well, we had a great visit last time in India. We opened up that new stadium, and I think there were 300,000-400,000 people. It seated like about 150,000, and there were 250,000 outside, and there were 100,000 on the grass. That was, I don't know if that record's ever been broken, but I had a great time in India.
Do you expect India to play any role in West Asia? I'm Siddhant from
Say it.
Do you expect India to play any role in West Asia?
Yeah, I do. I think India plays a big role in everything. As long as he's the leader, India's going to play a big role.
And you said many times that India has a great friend in United States, in Washington, D.C., in White House, till the time you are president. But some of your decisions recently caused trouble, concern in India. How would you like to assure people of India?
Well, I said it. As long as I'm president, we have a great. They have a great friend in the White House. I don't know where there might have been a trouble, but I don't think so. I can tell you, everyone here, they love India. They have tremendous respect for this man. Tremendous. Go ahead, ma'am.
Are there going to be sanctions that are going to be reimposed on Russia now that the focus has once again been shifted to the Ukraine-Russia war?
We are looking at that. We're seeing how far the price of oil comes down. It's really tumbling. It's, I guess, 74, 75 right now. So it's down. It's soon going to be at the number that it was 4 months ago. It's pretty amazing. And on top of that, we will have an Iran without a nuclear weapon, which I can tell you the Prime Minister feels very strongly about that, too.
What is your president hear from European or G7 leaders?
They were to a leader, and we had G7 plus many others came, as you know. To a leader, they were thrilled. They could not have been happier. Well, this gentleman came, and that's a big get. He came, and they cannot even believe that it happened. It happened quickly. But it really didn't happen quickly. It's been happening for a long time. It's been happening from my first term, when a very evil man named Soleimani was killed. That's when it started. And nobody else did this but Trump. You know, you look at our president, 47 years, Iran took advantage of the world, the Middle East, but the world. Nobody did anything. The Obama deal was one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. My deal is a wall to a nuclear. You're not going to have it. It's a wall to a nuclear weapon.
Minesweepers? Do you want the Europeans to send minesweeper boats? Did you talk about that?
We don't need them, but if they want to send them, I think it's good.
Has anyone committed to helping out?
Yes, all of them. All of them.
Which nations?
The ones that have that kind of equipment have. but every one of them have committed to being involved in some form.
And at this point, do you feel that Vladimir Putin is more responsible for the ongoing conflict in Ukraine?
Well, I don't want to comment on that because I'm trying to get it settled, and that doesn't make it easy.
Mr. President, you're on the cusp of making history with the possible peace in the Iran conflict.
I like this guy. Who is he? Do you know who that is? I like him. Your reporters are much nicer than my reporters. Go ahead.
But there is also a tragic loss of lives of Indian sailors recently, sir, in American strikes. Any words of condolences for the grieving families, sir?
Yeah, I do. I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time, but we work together on it. Yeah, certainly. We love all of those people. They're great people. Yeah, please.
How long do you expect Bill Pulte to be acting DNI?
Well, as long as it takes to get everybody else approved. I mean, they were doing a rush act, and we didn't get anything for it. Look, he's a very legitimate guy. He's very smart. He's a brilliant guy. Look at the job he did at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. I mean, it's worth probably $1 trillion right now. So we put him there, but all of a sudden it was like a rush act by the Democrats. And they said they were going to approve FISA. And I said, but we want FISA approved, but we want the Save America Act approved. Voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots, with exceptions, like for the military, you're sick, you're traveling, disabled. Very, open and generous. We also want no men playing in women's sports, so we want no transgender mutilization of our children. None. Those are 5 things that are 99% that's all we want. It's not a lot. The Save America Act. And that can be passed any way they want to pass it, but I'm not going to sign FISA unless it's done. And this was like a rush act. And it was a rush act by the Democrats. All of a sudden they want to get... And why are they afraid of this guy? I mean, they're so afraid of him, they'll do anything not to have Pulte go in there. He's a very capable guy, and they're worried about that.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
yes, ma'am, please.
You said the Iran deal, the text is still being finalized. How confident are you that this Friday signing will happen?
You're talking about this one, on the deal? Deals are amazing. I've done them all my life. I've gone into deals that were 100% and they don't happen. I've gone into deals that there was no chance of getting them done, and it happens, and they happen easily. So you never know with deals, do you? But you're going to find out pretty soon. I think it'll be done. They want to sign. They want to get back to a normal life. We hit them very hard. Don't forget, people talk about when this started. This didn't start 3-4 months ago. This started years ago when I took out Soleimani. That was a big event. There are those that say it was the biggest event in the Middle East in 50 years. So we took him out, and they became a much different country. And then I terminated the JCPOA, that's Barack Hussein Obama's horrible deal, that gave them a nuclear weapon. And I terminated it, and I stopped it. And then I stopped it a second time with the B-2 bombers. And these are all major events in the history of the world, in my opinion, because it prevented them from having a nuclear weapon. And now we're going to do it again, and we're going to see how it works out. So this is a memorandum of understanding, but it's a very strong one. This isn't just like a 2-paragraph. This is a long, pretty detailed memorandum that goes into a regular contract. I would think they would do it. If they don't, then that's okay. We'll have to start the process again. And we don't lose. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest blockade. The naval blockade was 100% effective. And again, they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, all bombed out. I don't want to say the leaders, but first level of leader, gone. Second level of leaders, gone. Some of the third level of leaders, gone. And they want to make a deal. They are so ready to make a deal. Yeah. But you know what?
President Trump, can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States? Sorry, I'm speaking, I won't.
That's okay.
Can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States?
I think it's a great relationship. I can tell you this, without having a contract, we don't have a contract, you'd have to write contract. But if they were attacked, we would be there to help them.
And how are trade negotiations?
How is that? Is that a good statement? Okay, come here, man. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there. Now, if there's a new leader, I'm not sure about it. Okay. If there's a new leader, I don't know about that. But if they're attacked and he's the leader, we're going to be there to help. And we have, and I will say this, and everybody says it. I had a great meeting 3 weeks ago with President Xi of China. We have the strongest military in the world by far, and I built it in my first term, and we're using it in my second term, and they gave some of it away stupidly in Afghanistan, as you know, and they spent a lot on Ukraine, $350 billion, but we have the most powerful military in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, which was 48, think of it, 48 minutes, and now our relationship with Venezuela is great. We've paid for the cost of the war 40 times, taking millions of barrels out. Venezuela's benefiting, we're benefiting, Venezuela's benefiting, and then we go to Iran, and really in the first week, militarily, we defeated Iran. Nobody thought that could be done. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you want Israel to halt its military campaign?
No, I want Israel to be able to protect himself, but I do want them to use good judgment.
Can we expect a highly skilled Indian professional to be getting more opportunities in the United States under your presidency?
What does that mean? What?
Well, highly skilled professionals to get more opportunities here in the US.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, always.
Yeah.
We've always had tremendous relationships in terms of employment with India. Very talented people.
You've seen European leaders interact very warmly with you at the summit. Do you think that they're coming around to your worldview?
Well, I think they think I was right. I'm sort of always right. You know, when you get right down to it, I think they think I was right. They feel good. Now all of a sudden they all want to be involved. There's no reason to have them because it's pretty much over. But they all want to be involved. He'd be involved if I wanted, but we don't want to waste his time or his people. No, the European leaders, the meeting we had today was just the leaders. I don't even say the European, the leaders that we had met with. In addition to the 7, we had quite a few come in. They all were willing to get involved. Thank you. Thank you. We had a great meeting on AI. We had all the top people here, and it was a great meeting. And as you know, we're building tremendous numbers of plants, but AI, we're building the biggest in the world. We're #1 in AI by a lot, and it was a very productive.
How's it going with the negotiations with Anthropic?
He was here, going fine. I think it's going fine.
Energy cooperation. How do you see energy cooperation? India is diversifying, buying more energy from across the world, including United States, and it's enhanceable from beyond. How do you see India buying energy from you?
India can do anything they want with us. We have the best relationship. We cannot be closer than we are. Would you say that, sir? I don't think we can be any closer. Both him and I and our nations, but it really starts with the two of us. We cannot be closer. Thank you very much.
Bonjour messieurs, dames. Merci beaucoup pour
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
votre présence à
Thank you
l'issue de
for
ce
being
G7.
here after this G7 meeting.
51 ans après Rambouillet, ce
51
sommet
years
était
after
un moment
Rambouillet, this
important.
summit was a major and significant
Permettez-moi de
event,
commencer par remercier
and I'd
toutes
like to start by
celles et
thanking
ceux qui l'ont rendu
all
possible.
those who made that possible.
Évidemment,
Obviously, I'm thinking here
la commune et ses habitants.
of the local municipality and its inhabitants. We were delighted to be in Evian.
Madame la maire,
And I want
l'ensemble de
to
ses
thank
équipes,
Madam Mayor and her
l'ensemble des
staff,
communes d'ailleurs qui ont
and in
accueilli les
fact all
différents
the
événements,
municipalities that hosted the
les
various
services
parts of
de
the
l'État
event,
dans le département qui ont été largement
state services in the various regions of France that
l'ensemble de nos forces de sécurité intérieure, de nos militaires, de nos
and also the
douaniers,
security forces, the military, the customs pieces, the civil security people, the care providers, the fire services, plus a large team of volunteers that made this possible. We were delighted and proud to host this G7 in Evian. 23 years on in Haute-Savoie, we're well back, and we're able to highlight the beauty of our countryside and yesterday evening, our culture. And let me also say something about all the people that worked so hard in making this success. I'm thinking of the Sherpas and all the men and women involved in negotiating, the people at the ministries, economy, finance, foreign affairs, and also the ministers I want to thank for their own part of the G7. The protocol services, Secretary General, Secretariat General of the G7 that ran the whole show, and everybody who made this possible. And the hotel and the rest of the group. I have to say this because this sort of event is only a success when people fully commit to this. And this is what happened, obviously more visibly over the past few days, but it's been going on for months. So well done to all of you. And I say well done because I'm sure everyone has seen that this G7 was being held against the background of difficult times, fragmentation of the world, multiple crises, conflicts.
Et que beaucoup peut se jouer lors de nos échanges.
There was a lot at
stake. Et que ces derniers mois avaient été marqués plutôt par de la fragmentation, des divisions, des désaccords.
Fragmentation, division, disagreement.
Et nous les avions assumés.
And we have taken that
Ce
on board.
G7 a permis,
and thanks to the G7,
constitue pour un tel sommet un élément de son succès.
We have been able to, and I think this is a sign of his success, it is objectively a success, has been able to show that it was a time for unity, high-level discussions and debates, and genuine cooperation between the leaders who were here.
Ce sommet, en effet, nous a permis de nous coordonner de manière très étroite pour répondre aux crises et de travailler au grand défi de notre temps. Avec d'abord une méthode. On a associé évidemment très étroitement les pays membres du G7.
Fully involved, of course, all the G7 countries, but also the G7 partner or G7 plus partner countries, India, Kenya,
co-présidé le sommet Africa Forward,
which
la Corée du Sud, le Brésil,
chaired Africa Forward, Egypt, Brazil, a number of other countries and heads of international organizations. So it's this G7 plus that ran the whole show. Produced the text we have. We also involved President Zelensky. We had a very significant discussion on Ukraine, thanks to him. And of course, along with President Sisi, we were able to involve the Emir of Qatar and the President of the United Arab Emirates to address issues such as Iran, Strait of Hormuz, and the resulting consequences on the Gulf area. Obviously, the international organizations were involved in the IMF, World Bank, African Development Bank, and the OECD on specifics. 9 statements or declarations were adopted unanimously by the G7 leaders. And in some of those, we even had the support of G7+, and all the G7 leaders adopted the geopolitical declaration, a call by heads of state and government to fight against cancer. We also had a coordinated response to the epidemic, and also a mutually beneficial state government declaration on critical mineral supply chains, declarations for more resilient, balanced and sustainable development against trafficking of migrants, drugs, and also on digital content of reminders. So 9 declarations. Let me now come back to the agreements that we reached on all of these major issues. Firstly, Ukraine. That's first and foremost. Participation of President Zelensky meant that we could have an in-depth discussion on Ukraine. And for the first time, as such, we were able to reach significant areas of agreement. Firstly, undying support for Ukraine and its people, its essential infrastructure, and the cultural heritage that have been attacked after many attacks on the civilian population. Ukrainians have shown incredible resistance and resilience. And there's general agreement to provide support to Ukraine. And we also recognize that the balance of power in the fields has changed in recent months. Ukraine is moving forward, Russia is moving backwards. This is why we all agreed that we would increase air defense capabilities. And there would be additional missile systems as well as long-range weapons, and the American president said that it's important to mobilize the U.S. defense industry to provide these means, and we have been discussing with our Ukrainian colleagues in recent months about the importance of licensing production in Ukraine to take this effort forward. We also unanimously agreed there should be additional support to Ukraine so that the country can make it through next winter with a G7 support initiative for energy infrastructure. So we're talking about rebuilding a lot of what was destroyed and that left a lot of the civilian population in the cold and dark. And we're also finalizing G7 plus financing along with our major partners to fully secure Chernobyl infrastructure. And we've also agreed that we need to step up the sanctions. And this mobilization of G7 to put pressure on Russia is very significant. And in fact, a few weeks after inception of a Shadow Fleet vessel by the French Navy and similar things by the Royal Navy, our British colleagues. So we are coordinating against a background and an environment of energy prices, oil and gas, that have changed in the last few days. So that was on Ukraine. And this is the first time that we've been able to converge at G7 level, and the first time that our conclusions have been so clear. Because in the G7, we know that there have been disagreements. So this is real progress, and it's a precondition for our collective success and Ukrainian success. We also talked about the Middle East with United Arab Emirates, Qatar and Egypt. And there too we reached very clear conclusions. Unanimously, we welcome the excellent agreement concluded between the United States of America and Iran, obtained by President Trump. And this is an agreement we support because it's one that puts an end to a situation of huge instability with major impacts on our economies. As you can see, all of you, day in, day out, our compatriots can all see this was a good idea to reach this agreement. We've agreed that free and toll-free passage through the Hormuz Strait is the keystone of this agreement, and that starts as of now. We've also agreed that the multinational independent initiative in defense that was put together by the UK and France was ready and willing to play a major role to get shipping moving through the strait again, protecting the merchant fleet. Obviously, this is an offer on the table, but it will depend on the agreements reached between Iran, United States of America with the support of Oman across the strait. In any case, it is there. It is something we're willing to provide, and there are various countries from the region that are willing to respond very quickly.
Et nous avons une vingtaine de pays qui ont d'ores et déjà indiqué leur engagement ferme de contribution à une telle opération.
Commit to this kind of operation.
Dans cet accord, nous n'avons pas oublié de souligner l'importance du Liban.
Included the importance of Lebanon. We didn't forget that. With our unanimous support to the ceasefire secured for Lebanon, that has to be full and immediate. That's absolutely necessary, along with the need
l'intégrité territoriale, la
defend
souveraineté
the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the
et de
country,
l'ensemble des
of
autorités
Lebanon,
politiques et militaires.
and all the
Dans la bande de Gaza, nous nous
political
sommes aussi
authorities.
engagés
In
à
Gaza Strip,
accélérer les efforts
we
humanitaires
have committed to stepping
et
up
de reconstruction
humanitarian
de la mise en
efforts
œuvre rapide
and rebuilding very
des
swiftly
mesures politiques et de
via
sécurité pertinentes.
political and security
appelé à
measures
mettre un
that are
terme aux
appropriate. And we've
violences
agreed that
en Cisjordanie, ce qui était là
there
aussi
should be an end to the
une
violence on the
nécessité
West
rappelée
Bank.
par tous et endossée
This
par
was
Nous
stated
sommes
and
aussi
supported
engagés
by
dans
all
la
concerned. We've
diversification des
also
voies d'approvisionnement
committed to
énergétique
diversifying
pour réduire nos vulnérabilités
energy
internationales liées
supplies
aux
so
détroits
as to
d'Ormuz,
reduce
c'est-à-dire financer
our
ensemble des voies alternatives
vulnerability
de
and reliance
circulation
on
du
the
gaz,
Strait. So we
du
need to
pétrole,
diversify the
pour sortir
circulation of
justement de la
oil
région et
and gas,
rejoindre les routes internationales.
get out of that region and get
Notre
back to
déclaration
international routes.
commune a aussi
Our
réaffirmé les
joint
positions
declaration
du G7
also restated
sur
G7
l'Indo-Pacifique,
positions concerning
qui sont des
Indo-Pacific
positions
region.
historiques et constantes.
These are
Mais
historic and constant
l'importance de ce point sur le
positions.
Proche et
But what
Moyen-Orient,
is of historical
c'est le fait que
importance
tous les pays du
regarding the Middle East
G7
is
ont
all
soutenu
the
cet
G7
accord
countries
et
supported this agreement
surtout réinsisté sur
and
l'importance
above all fully stressed the
du
importance
Liban
of
et
Hormuz,
évidemment
the
de la
Lebanon,
finalisation
and
de
of course
discussions
the
nucléaires,
need to
balistiques
finalize
et sur
ballistic
la question de
and
la déstabilisation
nuclear
régionale,
talks
qui est une condition de la stabilité
because we need stability in the region.
Sur les autres sujets, sur les
On the
partenariats
other
internationaux,
issues, international
sur le
partnerships, for
sujet sur lequel
example,
nous nous sommes, vous le savez, beaucoup battus ces dernières
this is
années, nous
something
avons
that we
aussi là
have
marqué une avancée
widely addressed
concrète
in
à
recent
travers
months,
les
so
débats
we've
qui
made
sont
real
tenus,
progress there with
les ministériels
excellent
et l'accord
discussions
qui est
at
obtenu.
ministerial level and the
Pour cela,
resulting
nous avons eu une
agreements.
réunion de travail avec les
We
pays
had a
partenaires, le
working
Brésil, la Corée du
meeting
Sud,
with
l'Égypte, l'Inde et
Brazil,
le Kenya, ainsi que la
India,
Banque
Kenya,
mondiale et la
Korea,
Banque africaine de
those are
développement.
countries concerned, and the World
Le
Bank and
G7
African
est
Development
pertinent à
Bank.
cet égard parce
G7
qu'il
is relevant
continue de
in this
représenter
respect because it continues
environ 70%
to represent
de l'activité
roughly
développement.
70% of the world
Et notre
economy.
réflection vient de loin
And,
parce qu'elle s'est construite
we've
sur
been
l'initiative que
thinking
la
about this
France
for a long
avait
time,
bâtie
starting with initiative
justement pour les
that
nouveaux
French
financements pour
launched
l'Afrique dès 2021, le nouveau pacte
in
financier en
2021, the new
2023 qui
financial
avait
pact in
conduit à la
2023,
création
new financing for Africa in 2021.
partenariat pour la
This is a
prospérité des peuples de la
long-term
planète.
progress, and so we've had
Et
all
le
this in
sommet
order to
Africa Forward
improve
de
a lot of
2026
people in
que
the
nous avons
reels.
coprésidé
And then in
avec
this
le
year there
président
was Africa
Ruto.
Forward,
Et au
co-hosted
fond,
with
ce que
President
nous avons
Ruto.
conduit
And
à faire
basically,
advenir ces dernières années
what
et qui a été
we agreed
consolidé,
to do these
endossé dans
recent
ce G7+,
years has now been
c'est d'abord
consolidated
un
and
changement
endorsed by
de
this
philosophie
G7.
profonde.
And it's about a
Nous
fundamental change
défendons un
of
concept
philosophy.
d'investissement solidaire,
We defend the
de
concept
partenariat
of
respectueux avec les
solidarity-based
pays, de
investment,
construction ensemble
partnerships with these countries, and
et non plus
co-construction
d'une aide
with them,
verticale qui est
rather
faite par
than
des donateurs qui
vertical
décident des
aid,
priorités avec des
top-down
récipiendaires qui ont peu leur mot à
aid
dire. Donc, le
by
système
donors,
traditionnel change de
excluding
philosophie.
a real discussion with
Et
the
c'est
beneficiaries. So this is a change
Ensuite,
of approach.
c'est la mise en œuvre
Then there's
d'outils
the
là aussi
implementation of more modern tools,
avec un travail accru de
with
l'ensemble
stepping up our
des acteurs
efforts
de la finance internationale.
across the whole
Et c'est ce
spectrum
que
of
nous avons
international funding
bâti ces dernières
partners.
années à
This is
travers
what we've done in recent
l'initiative
years with
du Quai d'Orsay,
the Quai d'Orsay
du ministère
Initiative,
des Finances
the
et
Ministry
de
of Foreign
l'AFD à travers
Affairs,
Finances en commun. Et nous avons consolidé et endossé
Ministry
le
of
travail de finances
Economy and
en
Finance
commun.
in France and
Et nous avons
AFD.
aussi
We have
consolidé
agreed
des
on a
instruments
certain
pour
number
améliorer la
of
complémentarité des financements publics et
joint
privés. Et à
projects
ce titre,
involving
je
both
renvoie à la déclaration pour ne pas être trop long.
ODA and private funding, because I want to keep this short, but I do want to mention that we have expressed our solidarity for people in fields of health, education, which are of course vital for investment. But we have also declared that we will provide first loss guarantees so that on the African continent, private investment might be able to go ahead and be implemented. Today, there are many countries whose ranking or lack of ranking credit rating means that they cannot access private credit. This was set out clearly in Africa Forward. We've decided to roll this out across the continent via ATD, which guarantees first losses. This has been endorsed by the African Development Bank and African countries, and there are several G7 countries that have now entered that capital and are willing to provide some support for its action with coordinated actions with the World Bank, which is of course very important.
La Banque mondiale pour permettre de prendre les deuxièmes pertes.
It's possible
une avancée importante et on va veiller
Bank take
à la mise en œuvre de ces travaux avec un point de rendez-vous qu'on a donné
all that
en marge de l'Assemblée générale des
with
Nations
a
Unies.
milestone
Outre ce
on the
texte
sidelines
évidemment
of the
très
UN
important,
meeting.
nous
Another
avons aussi
important part
adopté une
of this text
déclaration
is
en
that we've
réponse à l'épidémie
adopted
d'Ebola.
Cette déclaration, au-delà des pays du G7, a été aussi soutenue par l'Inde, l'Égypte, la Corée et le Kenya. Sur Ebola, le message de soutien est clair. Aider la RDC, l'Ouganda et tous les territoires qui pourraient être touchés afin de faire face à l'épidémie. Cela passe par le développement rapide d'un vaccin,
That means developing
par la mise en
efficient
place de
vaccines
procédures adéquates
by
en ligne avec les
implementing
standards de l'OMS.
appropriate
Le G7 s'est engagé à
WHO-compliant
consacrer
methods.
plus d'1
So we
milliard
have
en
agreed
réponse
to
d'urgence
provide
au
$1
travers de
billion
cette
for an
déclaration.
emergency response
Ce qui est là aussi
through
très
this
important,
declaration.
avec
That's very
un
important.
engagement très fort des
Along with
Européens et
a
des
very
Américains
strong commitment by Europeans and Americans
derrière ce mécanisme et un
to
travail étroit
ensure the
avec
implementation mechanism,
CDC africain.
along with close
Nous avons
cooperation
également,
with
cette fois en matière de
India's and other African
coopération
countries.
scientifique et de santé,
So
acté d'un
with this
texte
health and
important sur la lutte
scientific
contre le cancer.
based
Pour la première fois dans
approach, we've
l'histoire du G7.
included fighting against
Et là
cancer for
aussi,
the first
c'est un
time
moment de
in
reconvergence
history of the
très
G7.
important
Again,
sur les questions de
form
santé,
of
qui avait
historical
parfois pu
regions
donner
in the area of health.
lieu à des
Sometimes
désaccords ou des divisions.
this has led to disagreements,
priorité
but this
reflète une
time we were
réalité
united.
universelle.
It reflects a
Le
universal
cancer tue près de
reality.
10 millions de personnes chaque
Cancer
année.
kills around 10 million
D'ici
people a year.
2050,
By
le nombre de nouveaux cas
2050,
devrait bondir de
the number of new
80% à l'échelle
cases
mondiale
go from
du fait du
80%
vieillissement démographique, des risques environnementaux et comportementaux.
because of
Et
aging,
donc cette
environmental
déclaration
and
ambitieuse place
behavioral
au cœur de la
factors.
lutte contre le cancer
So
des
this declaration
mécanismes
is the
de
heart
coopération.
of our fight against
Ça a
cancer
trois
through
grandes
cooperation.
priorités.
Three major
Cancer pédiatrique.
priorities.
Là,
Pediatric
nous promouvons le partage de
cancer,
données.
we're in
Cancer de
favor
mauvais
of
pronostic,
data sharing.
Et accès universel à des soins de qualité
Poor
dans les pays
diagnosis of
riches
cancer,
comme dans
such
les
as
pays
cancers,
en développement.
and cooperation between rich and developing
Ce
countries.
sommet,
So this
au-delà de
summit
ce sujet, nous a également permis de
another
faire de vrais
subject
progrès
enable us to make
sur
genuine progress
la question des grands
on
déséquilibres
the questions of the
macroéconomiques
major
mondiaux.
macroeconomic
On veut construire une
disequilibrium.
croissance partagée, notamment grâce à tout le
These
travail préparatoire que nous avions fait au
imbalances are
rapport
what
d'experts
we
qui avait
want
été rendu
to
au printemps
address
dernier
to a large
et
extent
aux
through
discussions
the
que nous
expert
avons pu
reports
tenir. Au
earlier
fond, nous avons
this year,
tous acté
and
d'un
thanks to our
texte
discussion, we've
qui
all
défend une vision de la croissance
backed
équilibrée. Nous connaissons les
a
grands
text
déséquilibres
that
mondiaux.
calls for balanced
La Chine
development. We
doit
know
traiter le
what
problème
the
des
big
surcapacités, des sursubventions et
challenges
du
are.
manque de consommation.
China has to address overcapacity, lack of
Les
domestic
Européens doivent
consumption and
investir
subsidies,
davantage
and
et moderniser et simplifier
Europeans
leur
need to
économie.
invest more
Et les
and
États-Unis doivent
modernize,
traiter la
and the
question
United
des
States
déficits juniors.
has to address the
Le
question
consensus
of
s'est établi autour de
deficit.
ces éléments.
And we all
En amont
agreed
de ce G7,
on those
nous
points.
avons réussi, là
Thanks
aussi
to
de
this
manière
G7
inédite,
here,
à réunir
historically, we've been
de
able
manière
to
virtuelle un sommet des convergences. Et nous avons tenu en effet une visioconférence le 11
convergence
juin
summit that was
avec
back
les
in the
membres
11th
du
of
G7+,
June with
et la Chine, ce qui est une première depuis plus de 20
G7
ans,
plus countries and
qui a
China,
permis
as I say, that was historic,
de mettre
and
sur la table ce constat
meant that we
pour
were
engager à une
able
meilleure
to
coordination.
air these issues
Mais au
so
sein
that
du
we could
G7 et
move
du
towards better
G7+,
coordination. But in
nous avons
G7
vraiment
and
construit,
G7
commencé à
Plus,
construire des
we
éléments
have
de
started
coordination
to focus
très
on
clairs.
areas of
C'est-à-dire
coordination that
bâtir
are very
l'unité et
clear. That's
acter
to
que
say,
les
unity,
divisions, tout ce qui fracture nos économies ne
and
permet pas de régler de manière efficace ces déséquilibres.
state that
Et donc au-delà du
we
sommet
cannot
des
solve these
convergences
problems
qui
of
va en
over
quelque
and
sorte
above the
enclencher une dynamique qu'on va poursuivre en vue du
Convergency
G20.
Summit,
Là, la Chine sera autour de la
there
table
are
avec
these
beaucoup
priorities that have emerged that
Nous
will
avons affirmé
continue
de
to be
manière très
addressed
claire
later
là
at the
aussi des
G20,
mécanismes de
and there we've identified
coopération
very
au
clear
sein du
mechanisms
G7+.
for cooperation
D'abord en
within
actant le rôle
G7+,
du FMI et
with the
sa
role of the
consolidation de
IMF
celui-ci,
and its
en
consolidation,
demandant à nos ministres, là aussi, de
asking
travailler
our
pour
ministers
septembre
to work
sur des
towards
éléments clés en
September
termes de coopération sur la question
so that
des
we can
engrais,
identify
sur la
areas
question
such as
de
fertilizers,
l'alimentation, qui est
food,
absolument clé, parce que c'est là où les
absolutely
déséquilibres
vital because
sont les
this
plus
is
frappants et
where
touchent les
the
populations les plus vulnérables.
imbalances are
Et
most critical
nous avons
and
également acté de
hurt
textes
most
importants
vulnerable
sur
categories. And we've also
la
adopted an important
résistance de
piece
nos
of
chaînes de
language
valeur, et en
on
particulier les minerais critiques. Sur ce sujet,
the organisation
nous
of
avions
our value
commencé
chains,
la
in
discussion
particular
l'année
for
dernière, sous présidence
critical minerals.
canadienne.
Under the Canadian
Jusqu'alors, nous
presidency, we
n'avions jamais
started
réussi à bâtir des
discussion of
réponses
this,
concrètes.
but we hadn't
Et nous
really
avions
made
même
concrete
plutôt
progress.
des risques de
If
division.
anything, there was a risk of
Face à une
being
Chine qui a
divided
parfois
about
accumulé des réserves
réserves stratégiques. Et ça n'est pas un
China
reproche que je leur fais,
has made
c'est une
strategic
stratégie qui
reserves.
était
You can't
faite depuis
criticize
plus de
them
15
for
ans.
that. Been
Nous
doing it for
sommes
the last
tous
15
face à des
years.
risques de
But
surdépendance
that means
et
we
donc de
are all
vulnérabilité
exposed to
de
the
nos
risk
chaînes de
of
valeur.
overdependency
Si nous y allons en
and
ordre dispersé,
therefore
nous
vulnerability.
créerons des
If we
suraccidents
go it
et des
alone,
déséquilitres encore plus
we
grands.
will
Et donc
worsen
nous
the
avons
situation
acté d'y
further,
aller
leaving greater
ensemble,
imbalances. So we've decided to go
en
about this
G7 et
together.
même en G7+. Et donc, ensemble, de bâtir des projets de coopération. Et c'est des projets très concrets qui ont été adoptés d'ailleurs en annexe de la déclaration que j'évoquais, c'est-à-dire réduire ensemble nos sources de dépendance, diversifier ensemble nos sources d'approvisionnement, 195 projets concrets, 64 milliards d'euros d'investissement conjoint ont été bâtis à travers ce texte. Et c'est comme ça une dynamique qu'on va continuer. C'est à mes yeux un point clé pour améliorer la résistance de nos chaînes de valeur, réduire leur dépendance, mais le faire de manière coopérative. Enfin, nous avons tenu une discussion à l'instant sur le numérique et l'intelligence artificielle avec l'ensemble des dirigeants du G7+, et
along with the major players in that area.
De tous les pays
we had entrepreneurs from all G7 countries, people specializing and experts in AI. What is the upshot of all that? Firstly, we need to protect children online. We see that we need a consensus there. The Canadians, the UK and the EU. Brazil, too. Australia wasn't at the table, but we're aware of what they've been doing. So there are a number of countries that have already taken concrete steps there. We adopted a declaration saying that we need to act and the need to call on platforms to shoulder their responsibility. This is a dynamic that will continue. And Prime Minister Modi, in fact, confirmed that he had started announcing this at last February's summit in Delhi, and they are moving forward as well, which shows that G7 is a platform. And that's what G7 is all about, the liberal democracies of developing countries. G7 Plus involves other democracies, and together we take a shared approach in line with our democratic desire to protect our children. So we've made serious progress there. Several of us also said it's important to have better regulation of AI and its marking. It's important too to have initiatives. I will say today before the European level, but we need this consensus because we can see its impact on our democracies. And it's important that we address that along with IA leaders. And in this area, we're all faced with the same problem. We all want innovation. We all want to have increased computing capabilities, data centers. We want to drive productivity and improve health. This is what AI can deliver. But nobody, neither the tech leaders nor politicians can close our eyes on the impact they are on our society. This is why we must have good regulation. It has to be done internationally. We started with a Franco-Canadian initiative at the G7 and prepared this work at OECD level. Now we have to move forward to better regulation. It's a big challenge, and we had a lengthy discussion with AI and tech leaders and the American administration. It's these frontier models that's the big challenge. They need to be better regulated to make sure they don't fall into the hands of authoritarian regimes, those that might threaten our cybersecurity and our societies. But in order to do so, our response cannot be non-cooperation between democracies. So basically, what we're going to be doing in the next few months is what I would call building a platform for discussion and cooperation between a number of democracies that are faced with the risks posed by AI, a cooperation platform so that together we can decide on common standards so that we can share in the field of cybersecurity and find the right response to the impacts of bad AI. This is what we have stated. This is why we'll continue working together. And again, we have a milestone, as I said, in September to finalize this among all the ministers, plus a number of leaders. In any case, there's a broad-based consensus to say that international cooperation is vital.
Voilà, je ne veux pas être plus long, dire simplement qu'au-delà de ce que je viens de détailler, des déclarations importantes ont été aussi conclues pour combattre ensemble le narcotrafic, travail sur la mise en place d'une alliance des ports pour mieux lutter en renforçant la coordination.
So that we can improve our cooperation and coordination. So you can see how this ties in with everything that the French government is doing. And we also still need to combat migrant trafficking in a context which is the logical conclusion of what was done on the Canadian presidency. We're looking to improve our mechanisms and achieve synergy with the new partners that I've mentioned. But this summit is not the end of our presidency, it continues to the end of this year, so we'll be continuing our efforts
pour aussi finaliser certains points, comme celui que je viens d'évoquer sur l'IA numérique. Mais il y a eu beaucoup d'avancées historiques dans G7 sur les sujets que je viens d'évoquer et beaucoup d'avancées très concrètes que nous avons préparées ces derniers mois, parfois ces derniers jours.
Progress in the days that we've spent here, and I wanted to report on that. I'll now take questions. Thank you very much.
Agence France Presse, you talked a great deal, Mr. President, about convergences. On Ukraine, to talk more specifically about that, during the summit, have we seen a change in the attitude and the position of President Trump concerning Ukraine? Is there going to be a before and after with Evian on Ukraine? And have you also convinced him that negotiation with Russia should begin on the front line and not with territorial concessions on Donbass, which we cannot find in the joint declaration of the 7 leaders? And are you sure you can actually trust President Trump to the extent that he arrived here threatening France with new tariffs on French wines?
Alors, d'abord,
right.
trois éléments.
Three things. First of all,
le texte que nous avons endossé il est beaucoup plus fort que ce que vous venez de dire.
That we endorse is much stronger than what you said. It recognizes the integrity of Ukrainian territory and says exactly what we have been supporting, all 7 of us. It's not up to us to say where this discussion on territory begins. We've always said that. If we were in Ukraine's position, we would not endure that somebody else made that decision for us, and that's what we've endorsed. It's the Ukrainians who will discuss their territory. But President Trump has also very clearly said that we need to take a much harder line, and the territory needs to go back to Ukraine. He's right about that. So we support the integrity of Ukrainian territory, and that is the G7 position. Then we didn't talk, if you look at the G7 text, about the turning point. We've been in a situation for months where the United States have taken an initiative which we welcome and said, well, we are going to negotiate with Russia because we, United States of America, consider we can make peace with Russia. And here I really want to welcome the United States' commitment. There were discussions about Russia, and what answer did we have? Nothing has come back from Russia. We Europeans are getting organized and make commitments to discuss things with Russia. Nothing happens. President Zelensky said, I will also make a new commitment. I will make discussions. I'm even ready for President Putin to come here for us to discuss things. He didn't come. Or at least you have to sign your surrender at the bottom of the page. So President Trump, like the rest of us, have simply taken note that there is no serious will on Russia's side today for peace. And so I don't know if I can say there's a before and an after. We'll see that on the basis of the facts that transpire after Evian. But what I can say is there was a during. There was an Evian moment, certainly concerning Ukraine. And that moment, we all heard the state of the situation described by President Zelensky with great respect. We all saw that Ukraine has been resisting much better than people thought, and that Russia is in a difficult situation, and that we all said we're going to increase our support to Ukraine. We all said we're going to step up pressure on Russia, and we all said we must follow that path. And that is a true change. It's a true change as against what we've seen in recent months. Not on the European side, but on the part of the members of the G7 and all of those who are called upon to support Ukraine. So yes, I am firmly convinced that this Evian summit is a deep change in approach, a wish, a will on the part of the United States to work with Europeans to support Ukraine, a shared will to go forward on this matter. And in terms of military support for defense systems and long-range capacities, that's a fact of key importance. Now, your question on trust. I've always trusted President Trump. I've always said things to him when we've had disagreements. We have said we disagree. But when he has made commitments to us, he's always done what he said he would do. And today, the United States of America have made a commitment. That's very important. Articles said that tariffs might reappear. I can only tell you one thing. I had a bilateral discussion at the beginning of this summit. And the discussion was very clear and respectful between us. And that discussion allowed us to note that there was work for both of us to do together on all tariff-related relations so as to improve the situation. So what does that mean? Europe has just finalized its agreement on the text that was negotiated a year ago. That's an element of stability. If there are points that continue to give rise to difficulty on one side or the other, we will work together. But in no case between partners should we see tariffs imposed and instability imposed. So I think I can say that yes, this G7 has allowed us in a very simple and clear way to have a very specific discussion of points that might have been misunderstandings and to develop cooperation mechanisms together, which is entirely positive.
Bonjour Monsieur le Président. Noémie Bisser du Wall Street Journal. La France et les autres pays du G7 ont-ils demandé au président Trump de permettre l'accès au dernier modèle dit anthropique?
Trump to allow access to the last model of Anthropic. Do you think that Europe needs those most advanced models? And if I can come back to Ukraine quickly, you said the Ukrainian President yesterday morning that they had difficult discussions with the American President on Monday evening. Why was that so? And can you tell us a bit more about that? Well, yes, I can tell you. We had discussions that allowed us to resynchronize our reading of the situation. We were very frank with one another. I think it was very useful and fruitful because we endorsed something in the G7 that was a true step forward. And I'm very happy with the exchanges we had, the exchanges we also had with President Zelensky. And you know that there may have been doubts and disagreements. And for over a year now, we've had a situation where this was really the case. When we met a year ago, the last G7, the position was very different. And we have made things change. How was that? Europeans with our other partners, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Korea, we put together this coalition of the willing to say that we would put forth security guarantees. And we stayed by the Ukrainian side at all times, and the Ukrainians obtained good results. And the United States, together with us, had a look at what the situation now was. The awareness that we need to be together, the refusal, as I said to your colleague, on Russia's side to have a sincere discussion which made it impossible to go forward. These are bases for discussion which are not acceptable. And so that allowed us to have all the discussions that we had at the G7 and with President Zelensky. And at the end, this was a resynchronization, a reconvergence, cooperation on all sides in our approach to Ukraine and in the decisions which we have made and which are in our joint text. It's a very good thing. After that, about artificial intelligence, and the models whose calculating power is going forward very quickly indeed. Today, Americans have these. And what fear is there that other people can use this to attack them or to attack us? And facing that, a very strong decision was made by the administration some days ago. The good thing is that people are aware. It can be a dangerous thing. Up until now, there was a background discussion saying, no regulation ever, it's not dangerous. So it's a good thing that they have this relation. Now, there's a bad thing. The reaction is strictly nationalist, if you will. And I think that the technical discussions which happened between the technological leaders on artificial intelligence and national leaders amongst ourselves, so as to clarify matters and to say, at the end of the day, what are we trying to do here? We all need to have access as democracies to these technologies. That's good for your companies because it opens up markets to you. Otherwise, we won't going to buy any model that's made by any of these companies if you can just throw a switch one day. The non-cooperative strategy means that will kill the business model of anyone who's active in artificial intelligence in the United States if it can be forbidden to the rest of the world. You won't have the same capital, the same value, the same abilities. It's not good for you. And then it's also very bad for us. Because what you want is for authoritarian regimes or third parties not have access to that. So yes, let's all act together and move forward together. And the answer to that, this is a discussion which we've begun, we have a real opening here. We're going to cooperate. Our competent bodies also need to work on this so that at the level of cybersecurity and safety, we really have fluid relations. I'm very confident this will happen in coming days. And then I think between members of the G7 and some key countries, we need a much more open policy, including in the private sector. And here again, I'm very confident this will happen in coming weeks. What are we doing in parallel? Well, we're going to accelerate investment and mobilization of calculation capacities for our own models. You know, there are very few countries in the world besides the United States and China which can have competition on these models. And France has the chance to be able to do this with Mistral. It's the only company in Europe, one of the 2 or 3 besides the United States and China that can do this. So we should be able to go much faster to help them to mobilize finance, to have increased calculation capacity so as to be able to catch up on the time we've lost as quickly as possible in the 6 to 12 months to come. But I think the importance of the debate we've had today, these last few days, is basically to say that this can only be done intelligently if we cooperate between some key democracies. Otherwise, we're just going to be fracturing the world and we won't have an effective response.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Bastien Auger pour TF1 LCI.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. On Iran, you talked once again about a very good deal, whereas we've heard about lots of concern as to its solidity. Can you tell us concretely what makes you say that this agreement, this deal, is a good one? Do you think there are enough guarantees on the Iranian side? And do you think it could lead to a long-term agreement as satisfactory as the one obtained in 2015? And then just to conclude, President Trump once again threatened to bomb Iran. Should we take this seriously, to your way of thinking? And this expresses a sort of fragility in the situation. I think sometimes there are words and forms of words that are taken where we understand the meaning. Do I understand the character of this? The idea is to restore credibility by saying there is a dissuasive capacity here. And that's what President Trump wants to say. When he says that in the same way as he might say things about tariffs, it's to remind people the United States have this power of dissuasion. We know this. But I don't think it should be interpreted as a threat in the short term. I think that's important too. An agreement was signed, and there were a lot of people who said it shouldn't be signed. I think that this agreement is a good thing. Why is that? Why do we support it? And why was it supported by all G7 countries? Because does it solve everything right away? No, it doesn't. But continuing the combat would mean what? For months and months having the risk of oil and gas capacities being unbalanced for months and years to come, to continue having lives lost and this unacceptable situation in Lebanon and the collapse of the whole region. We have a humanitarian, political and economic responsibility here. And so this agreement which ends conflict everywhere in the Straits of Hormuz and Lebanon is a good thing. I support it. I think it's necessary and it's important that it be supported by the G7 as well. This is a wise decision. The second thing, I think that everyone needs to follow this agreement. First of all, Iran, who has made a commitment in the first 60 days also to open the straits without any tolls being paid, and of course to have a ceasefire. And then all stakeholders as well need not to start fighting again in Lebanon. That's also of vital importance. Iran, Hezbollah, and behind them, Israel. I'm just saying that combat should not begin again on any side. We should have peace. And the key here is to finalize a good agreement on nuclear, ballistic, and regional risks. And this is precisely what work is going to concentrate on in weeks to come, with an important role being played by the IEA, an important role being played by some countries that are guarantors for international sanctions, and France will play its role here. And I think this is really the best possible situation we can have today. Does this solve every problem? It does not. Are there risks? Yes, as there are in any situation, but it's important for us to keep up pressure to support this, because that's what will allow us the most surely possible to have peace and a return to the path of prosperity.
Bonjour Monsieur le Président, Dalal Maouad Al Arabi TV. Je reprends un peu la question de mon confrère sur l'accord avec l'Iran. Pour être plus précise, avez-vous eu des garanties de la part du président américain sur l'élimination du stock d'uranium enrichi? Et s'il y a des garanties, quelles sont ces garanties? Parce que Donald Trump affirme qu'il n'y a pas d'urgence sur ce sujet. Et puis sur le Liban, l'Iran menace de se retirer de l'accord si Israël
there is a threat of withdrawal from the agreement if Israel doesn't respect the ceasefire or withdraws. So here again the question, what guarantees have the United States given you to this end?
Sur l'uranium enrichi.
Ce
sera évidemment un des sujets clés de l'accord sur le nucléaire.
This will obviously one of the key aspects of the nuclear agreement that will have to be finalized. We know the ways and means here, either of these things being destroyed on site or transferred via IEA. There are several different technical possibilities, but the question will be on the basis of problems to be resolved. And this will happen at the end of those 60 days and the process that will ensue. I think what President Trump is saying is that today, ceasefire and the opening of the straits and ceasefire in the Lebanon are the most important. And the 2 months to come are the months during which this issue is going to be solved. It can't be left open, obviously. Same with surveillance and oversight of activities of potential enrichment in the future. Surveillance of all the sites concerned, and of putting the exhaustive work being done by the IEA back in order, if you will. On Lebanon, we're familiar with the situation, and we know exactly what needs to be done, but it's very complicated, and that's just going to happen overnight. If there are strikes on the territory, if Hezbollah launches activities on Lebanon's territory or from Lebanese territory against Israel, there will be a reaction. So we need an appeal for calm on all sides to stop strikes that touch civilian populations, to have a ceasefire. Then the key will be support to President Aoun, Prime Minister Salam, and his government, and to the Lebanese armed forces, to try to allow them to do what they have committed themselves to with great courage and constancy, a monopoly on arms for the Lebanese armed forces and a restoring of their authority on all of Lebanese territory. So bombing has to stop so that progressively the whole territory is controlled by Lebanese armed forces, and the calm returns, and then progressively to have a mechanism through which we can progress as we did 2 years ago, and to see Lebanese armed forces progressively regaining control of the whole territory and the international community having the sovereignty of Lebanon respected. So in the short term, we are aware of who the protagonists are, and here we're calling on their responsibility. Iran obviously has a preeminent responsibility here. They need to ensure that neither they themselves directly nor Hezbollah worsen the situation. And there's also a responsibility to respect the ceasefire because it concerns them as well, and that was the subject of many discussions with President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. President Trump was very clear about this with our full support.
Bonjour Monsieur le Président, Julien Cuquier du journal La Voix du Nord. Certains Français s'interrogent sur la manière dont vous déroulez le tapis rouge à Donald Trump. Vous l'avez rappelé vous-même, vous le citez 3 fois dans cette déclaration commune pour le féliciter pour un accord dont les contours sont plus qu'incertains et le risque est qu'il nous ramène à une situation qui empire qu'avant la guerre. Il y a ce dîner à Versailles que vous justifiez par l'anniversaire des 250 ans de l'indépendance, sans que certains, là aussi en France, ne puissent s'empêcher d'y lire une nouvelle entreprise de séduction. Monsieur le Président, n'en faites-vous pas trop à l'égard d'un président qui peut changer d'avis dans l'heure, voire menacer la France de rétorsion économique? Monsieur le Président, est-ce que c'est l'idée que vous faites d'un rapport de force?
Merci pour votre question. Vous savez, si je n'avais pas tenu de manière constante les positions qui ont été les miennes durant les derniers mois, vous pourriez avoir un doute sur les rapports de force. Mais quand il s'est agi de la sécurité du Danemark, de la question du Groenland, quand il s'est agi de l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine et de la paix et de la sécurité en Europe, quand il s'est agi de nos producteurs, je n'ai jamais été ambigu ni faible. J'ai toujours été clair, soit à Washington, soit à Davos ou ailleurs. Mais j'ai toujours maintenu le dialogue, parce que c'est ça la diplomatie. Si la diplomatie, ça n'est que recevoir des gens avec qui vous êtes totalement d'accord, la question que poseront vos successeurs, c'est au fond à quoi servent ces réunions? Vous savez que vous êtes d'accord avec ces gens, ça ne sert à rien de voir. Regardez tous les sujets que j'évoque depuis tout à l'heure. Si nous n'avions pas vu aujourd'hui le président Trump, son équipe, si pendant les 2 derniers jours, on n'avait pas tenu ce G7, où en serions-nous sur l'IA? Un clash constant, parce que sinon ce monde ne se parle que par tweet ou par déclaration de presse interposée. Et donc quand on reconverge, quand on arrive à dire on est d'accord sur rien, j'étais le premier à dire quand je pensais que ce n'était pas approprié de faire des frappes unilatérales sans objectif. Il y a une piste définie avec des objectifs clairs, le Liban qui est dedans, la dénucléarisation, enfin en tout cas des garanties claires sur le nucléaire. Je suis d'accord, je soutiens. Sur l'Ukraine, on soutient l'intégrité territoriale, on soutient avec force leur rééquipement des sanctions sur la Russie, on se réengage. Quelque chose se passe. Sur l'intelligence artificielle, on reconverge. Oui, quelque chose se passe. Chacun a son style. Je ne le commande pas. Mais je pense que le rôle de la France, c'est de tenir tête et d'assumer sa voix quand il y a des désaccords, ces intérêts ne sont pas pris en compte. Mais c'est aussi d'être accueillant, de savoir honorer ses invités. Et je le fais, somme toute, du Premier ministre indien, en passant par le président indonésien, au président du Kenya ou du Nigeria, jusqu'au président américain. Parce que je pense que la force de la France, c'est cela. Et nos grandes actions diplomatiques se sont aussi tenues par des capacités à bien accueillir le monde et les autres grands dirigeants. Ça passe par là aussi. Et n'ayons pas honte de ce que nous sommes. Versailles est un instrument diplomatique et un instrument de puissance. Et vous savez quoi? Je l'ai utilisé dès juin 2017. Il y a eu des choses qu'on a obtenues. Et après, ça ne s'est pas aussi bien passé que ça avec le président que j'ai accueilli en juin 2017. En tout cas, je l'assume totalement. Parce qu'à chaque fois, en tenant une position de fermeté, ou en réengageant et en accueillant avec chaleur, je défends les intérêts de mon pays.
willing to reconverge, I think I'm defending the interests of my country. That's what counts. When I defend the interests of our country, France,
j'ai à cœur de le faire en accueillant bien les gens,
I want
en
to
faisant
do
en sorte
this by being
qu'ils soient bienveillants avec nous et que derrière ils prennent les bonnes décisions pour nous.
Welcome and they take decisions that are good for us, because that's what France expects as me. It's like les Bleus, the French team. You know, if you are playing at home, then you hope to score.
Bien les accueillir.
And you are always kind to
Merci beaucoup.
Il y a une toute dernière question.
The teams. Is there time for one more question? Otherwise, we'll have to close.
Ce n'est pas le.
Yes, I think
Merci,
one here.
Président,
Thank you
Monsieur le
very
Président.
Much, President Macron.
C'est avec plaisir que je suis là et je pose des questions au nom aussi des autres journalistes de mon pays, le Brésil. Je suis correspondante en Europe pour Globo, chaîne de télévision du Brésil. Votre équipe m'a dit déjà que vous voyez le président Lula comme un interlocuteur important avec
President
les Sud
Lula
globales,
as a major
avec les
player
BRICS
in the context of
spécialement,
the global south, in
mais
particular
le
BRICS.
Brésil n'a pas signé la majorité
It seems
des
that
déclarations
Brazil
de
hasn't
ces
signed up
sommets,
to most of the
de ces
declarations
G7.
from this G7 summit.
Il y a une interprétation
So there's a way of
selon laquelle
interpreting that along the
c'était
lines
tout
of
pour avoir l'unité avec
it
président
was
Donald Trump,
about getting
avec un
something
discours
that President Trump could agree with.
d'antagonisme contre la Chine et aussi en laissant
being
à
hostile
côté des questions
in your
très
statements
importantes,
towards
les rôles
China
des
and
ONU,
also
la
talking
crise
about
climatique. Qui répondez-vous
important
à
things,
ces
but not mentioning
critiques?
such
Êtes-vous
issues
déçu
as
avec la
climate
position
change and
du
the UN?
Brésil?
So what I want to know
Juste pour
is
finir,
whether
est-ce que vous avez discuté avec Lula
feel
aussi
in any way
l'interdiction
disappointed by
des importations des viandes
and also have you
brésiliennes
talked
par
about
l'Union
the
européenne?
issue of Brazilian imports
Alors,
into
sur
the
votre deuxième
EU, for
question,
example?
c'est une
Okay,
décision
let me take that second part
ponctuelle
first.
du commissaire européen
This was a
et
decision
qui fait
by the
bien
European
son travail.
Commissioner doing his
C'est-à-dire
job.
qu'en fait, il contrôle
That's
si
to
les
say,
règles
checking
sanitaires pour protéger le
whether
consommateur
the health
européen sont
laws that
respectées.
protect
Quand elles ne sont pas
European
respectées,
consumers are
il
complied
interdit ou il
with.
refait des
When
contrôles.
not,
C'est ce que j'ai toujours
there
défendu.
are checks, and
Parce
this
que
has
vous
always
êtes dans
been
une
my
région
position.
aussi qui a
You
un
are
gros
in a
potentiel
region
agricole.
that
Comment
has
vous voulez, moi,
huge
que je dise à mes
agricultural
producteurs, tu
potential?
n'as pas le droit
How can I
d'utiliser
tell my
tel ou tel
producers you can't
antibiotique
use
pour produire de
this
la viande ou du lait,
antibiotic
puis on va
for
importer
dairy
de
or
la viande ou
meat,
du lait qui vient du
but
bout du
we'll
monde qui
be
l'utilise.
importing dairy and milk from
Et le
other
président Lula,
dairy
c'est
and
un
meat
grand
from the
leader
other
social et
side. What uses
environnemental.
this? That doesn't make sense.
Nous aussi.
So,
Et nous, on le fait.
President
Donc,
Lula
le
defends the
commissaire européen a
environment,
raison et on contrôle.
and so do we. So the
Après,
European
sur votre
Commission is
deuxième
right.
question,
We
j'ai envie de
check.
dire c'est plutôt au président
As
Lula
for
qu'il
the
faut
other
la
part,
poser.
it's really up to President Lula
C'est à
to
lui de
answer
dire
that. It's up to
qu'il
him
s'engage.
to
Moi, je vais
say
vous dire de manière
what his
très
feeling
pragmatique
was,
ce qu'on a
but
fait.
I will be very pragmatic in my response.
Soit on dit on veut aller sur tous les sujets où on sait qu'on n'est pas d'accord avec les États-Unis d'Amérique.
Either you address all the
Sur le
issues
climat, on sait
where
qu'on n'est
you
pas
know
d'accord.
you disagree with the
Sur le rôle de
United
l'ONU,
States.
du Board of
Climate,
Peace, on sait qu'on n'est
and
pas
the
d'accord.
role of the
C'est un
UN.
sujet
We
sur
know
lesquels
we
on
disagree.
tue tête.
And this is why
Ça,
I have
on a essayé de
stuck
les
to my
ouvrir.
position
Quand ça ne marche
vis-à-vis
pas,
him. And
on ne va
this
pas
is why
faire du
we're
6
saying,
plus 1, sinon ça ne sert à rien de faire un G7.
when
Et
we
là, on fait
disagree,
même un
there's no
G7+.
point having a 6+1.
Par
We try to
contre,
go for
moi je
maximum
pense que ça a
consensus,
beaucoup de
but
valeur
I think
d'avoir
it's
les États-Unis
hugely
d'Amérique
valuable
qui signent
that
avec
we
nous
have
un texte sur les
United
minerais
States
critiques et des chaînes
signing
de valeur.
with us
Énorme valeur.
something
Et c'est l'intérêt
on
du Brésil de le signer avec les
value
États-Unis
chains, for
d'Amérique.
example. It's in
Pas faire
Brazil's
de mauvaise
interest to have
politique en la
this
matière.
signed.
Parce que là, on est
We want
beaucoup
to get
plus
the
fort.
right policies,
Et je vous dis une chose,
because
ce
this makes us
G7
all
n'a
much stronger,
jamais
and I
été
want
à
to
aucun
say
moment
the
anti-chinois.
G7 has
Ce n'est pas
never
la
been
position de la France. Ça, c'est
anti-China.
inacceptable de dire
It's
ça.
never been an anti-China.
Nous
G7's
sommes
very
conscients
clear.
des différences que nous
So
avons avec
we're
la Chine,
aware of our
en particulier nos
differences,
rapports aux valeurs démocratiques,
in particular with respect to
des
democratic
désaccords qu'on peut
values.
avoir là aussi, mais il y a toujours une politique
There
de
are
respect. On veut
disagreements
simplement
there,
réduire
but
nos
our policy is
dépendances.
based on respect. But what we want to do
Mais il n'y a
is
pas de conflit,
reduce
c'est
our
pas un G7
dependency, but there's
anti-chinois
no
du tout.
conflict.
Ça
It's
n'a
not
pas
an
été tous les coups.
anti-China G7. I want to
Mais
make that quite
on
clear.
avance et donc moi je trouve
we're
que
moving
signer un
forward,
texte avec les
and I
États-Unis
think
d'Amérique sur les minerais critiques, sur le
signing
cancer,
a
sur
text with the
Ebola,
United States on
sur les
cancer,
partenariats
Ebola, critical
internationaux,
minerals,
sur le
international
commerce,
partnerships, trade,
sur l'IA, ça a
and
beaucoup de
AI,
valeur.
all of that is
Et mieux que ça,
extremely valuable.
on
And
avait des
much
doutes
more
en
than
commençant.
that,
Est-ce qu'on sera d'accord
we
sur le
have
Proche et Moyen-Orient? Est-ce qu'on sera d'accord sur
at the
l'Ukraine? C'est pour
beginning of
ça
this
qu'il n'y a
wonder
pas
whether we'd agree on
de
Middle East and
rédaction
Ukraine.
antérieure.
This
Tout le
is
travail qui a été fait avant-hier soir et hier,
we
ça
did
a
all
été de
this
recréer les
work
convergences. D'où
to
cette
bring us
atmosphère
to
positive.
convergence in the last couple of
Et
days.
ces
So all
convergences,
this
on
is
les a mis dans le
positive.
dur.
And
Et on a signé avec les États-Unis un texte
these convergences
de paix
have been
au Proche et
confirmed
Moyen-Orient,
in black and
d'exigence
white,
de paix
calling
pour le
for
Liban,
peace in the Middle East,
pour empêcher le nucléaire iranien, et un texte de soutien à l'Ukraine inédit.
and
Ça a
preventing
énormément de valeur.
Iran from being nuclear.
Donc je
All of this
défends
is extremely
cette méthode
valuable,
parce qu'elle produit des
and I
résultats
defend
bonnes.
all of this because there are reasons
Voilà,
for
mesdames et
it.
messieurs,
But we'll
je
have to
remercie
leave it
une
at
fois
that.
encore
Thank
toutes
you,
les
ladies and
équipes qui ont permis cela. Et ces avancées, pour moi, très importantes. C'était un grand honneur d'être là au nom de la France pour ce deuxième G7 que nous avions organisé ces dernières années. Je veux aussi avoir un mot pour nos amis et voisins suisses qui nous ont aidés à organiser ce G7 et qui ont eu aussi beaucoup de logistique à assurer et
my gratitude for our Swiss colleagues and neighbours that have enabled us to create the necessary conditions for security. A huge thank you to them. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Hello. 大家好，我是主播周玉琴。很多的朋友告诉我们，选择原版的太阳星全效克菲尔益生菌。 它添加有羽衣甘蓝，健康再加分。而有睡眠困扰的朋友们，赶快选择蓝色包装这一款晚安加强版，绝对是更有感。每日克菲尔，时刻美好 ，Good Feel Good， 请上快点购为健康下单，而且要记得输入推荐代码，有额外的折扣优惠。太阳星全效克菲尔益生菌基础版、晚安加强版，新包装改版，内容不变，抽取更方便。要吃就吃最好的。